Hello guys, welcome to NameTech channel. This is Nehemiah Wekesa, the founder of NameTech, and I'm very happy to have you on board. So today we are going to develop a photography website from scratch with a Django, HTML, CSS, and a JavaScript. Now this is the final project. You can see I have the source code here, the Visual Studio code, and then we have these navigation items. It's a multi-page website. When you go to the live stream, it will take you to the live stream. When you click on the gallery, it will take you to the gallery. We shall explore each element later. But now let's begin with this home page. At the home page, we have the carousel section. We have this part for the carousel. We have the text. And then behind it, we added the background image for related to photography stuffs. Then when you scroll down, we have the portrait images. We can see I have our latest landscape. These are the landscape. And then when you scroll further, we have the portraits. We have the portrait images. And then this is the home page. And then we have the call to action here, the about, short about, get to know us. Then, your logo, brand logo. And then the description, the title and the description, and also the get a quote. When you click on this get a quote, it will direct you to this quote page. And then we have the footer. I just used the Django based HTML, then I extended to other elements, other pages. Now this is the home page. And then you can as well toggle between the light and the dark mode. You can see when you click on this sun icon, it takes you to the light mode. When you click again, it takes you to the dark mode. So you can view this website on the dark mode. If you don't want, much light, you can toggle to the dark mode or light mode, whichever way you wish. So this is the home page. You can as well go to the live stream. And to the live stream, we have this live coverage here. You can stream on. I've embedded now the links here. When you click on the YouTube, it will take you to the YouTube page where they can follow you. For Facebook, it's here. You can go to the Facebook. You can follow them. And then I forgot also to change here to be Facebook and Twitter, but you can change it on your end if you wish. Then at the bottom, we have this request a quote page section. For instance, if you want to submit something like let's say Nehemiah Wekesa, and then email address, I'll use this one. Then here you can select whichever element you wish here, like the category. You can select wedding or whichever. Then the text here, you can say, for example, test. You can say test. Now when you click on the submit button, it will take you to the success page, and it will also save it to the backend, to the database. So let me click on the submit. You can see it takes me to the submit page. Then when you go to the admin, let me open another tab. Then I'll type here localhost or 127.0.0.1 port 8000. Remember 127.0.0.1 is the alias for localhost. Then at the page that I want to get here, the admin, I created a super user previously. Then I have the admin interface. Then this is the application, the photography application. Then we have the bookings. When you go to the bookings, you can see we have this Nehemiah Wekesa. When you click on it, when you open, you can see we have these records. You have Nehemiah Wekesa. Then the email address. Then the subject was wedding. Then the test, message was test. And so it's working. So this is the live stream. And then we have the gallery. We have the gallery, and then in this gallery we have images. So the first one, it will filter everything. It will display all the images. It will display all the images, including the landscapes, the portraits, and the images are high quality. That's why you can see it takes forever to render. However, if you want to use it for production, you have to compress your images so that it cannot take a long time to load. And then so this is weddings. This is graduation. The last one was graduation. This is weddings. These are normal landscape portraits. Then landscapes. Then you can as well filter by landscape. If you want landscape alone, you can see we only have the landscape. If you go to portraits, it will filter by portraits. You can see we have only the portrait images filtered. And then for weddings, it will display only the wedding photos. You can see we have the wedding photos alone. For graduation, it will filter only the graduation photos like you can see. Then the form is just the same. Then for about, in the about section, we have this about section. And then this part I just pulled from the home page. This about section, we have the brand logo, and then now we have the text here at the top, and then some description, and then also get a quote. Get a quote page, it takes you to the quote section. However, here at the bottom we also have the get a quote section. You can type in your name, email address, the type of photoshoot you want, then get a quote. Remember, this is a footer I extended to other pages from the base HTML, and then a quote itself, we have the quote part, and then here at the bottom we have the form, for your location and all that. And this website, as I told you, it's responsive on smaller screen. Now let's check it out on smaller screen. Let me inspect, and then now it is now smaller screen. So let me get to the home page. Let me begin with the home, and then you can see a home as well. You can toggle between the light and the dark mode. So you can see the form here is fine. It's working super fine. And then we have this part, and then we have the images are aligned very well. The landscape, the portraits are also fine. And then so we have this part for call to action. Here at the bottom is also responsive, it's working fine. And then now when I scroll down, I minimize, you can see the elements will be responsive. You can see now they are block format, they are in block level format. They are not in line like it was previously. And then also we can change when you go to the gallery, it's also responsive. So gallery, you can filter by portraits. If you wish to have the portraits alone, you can see it displays only the portraits. If it's wedding, it displays only the wedding photos alone. If it's landscape, it will display only the landscape images alone. And then here at the bottom we have this part for the form and all that. Also this part for live stream, it's working fine. This part is working fine, and also we have this part for the about is fine. The about is fine, and also we have the get quote is fine. Now when you scroll up a bit, then when it reaches to 700, remember here the CSS at the smaller screen, to screen size is less than 768. When it's 768, it will have the button like let me just, so this display on the larger screen, it displays this icon, this nav icon. But now when it is in large screen, it displays now the element itself. So this is the website that we are going to develop, me and you, from scratch with a Django on the back end, and then on the front end it is HTML, CSS, and a JavaScript. And please subscribe to support me, like and share the video to your friends. And right away, let's begin. So guys, the requirement for this project, you need to have a Python in your system. You need also to have a PIP, because I will be installing some modules, packages. And then you need also to have some skills on HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and Django. If you don't have any skills, I have full courses on this channel. You can just go about it. But now this project here is just a beginner based. You can just follow along, and because it's not that complicated, because this is just the basics. However, if you wish to refresh your skills on the same, you can find the courses on this channel. Just go to the videos or a playlist, then you'll find the courses there. Now, how do you check if you have Python? To check if you have Python, just navigate to your command line tool. Like for me, I'm using Windows operating system, so I like working with the command prompt. But you can as well use Git Bash, you can use Conda, you can use PowerShell, or whichever terminal command line tool you have. So let me use a command prompt. And how do you check if you have Python? Just type here Python, then a dash version. This is the latest version. You can see mine is 3.11.5. By the time I'm recording the video, I don't know which version will it be when you'll be watching the video. However, this is how you can check, or alternatively you can use if you are on Windows PC, you can just say pi, version, then it will give you the version still. You can use Py or a Python, but a good practice is to use a Python because this one applies on both operating system. Now the next thing, you need also to check if you have PIP, because I will be installing packages. Like if you want to install Django, you need to have the PIP. PIP is the Python package manager to install the Python modules. So how do you check? Just type here PIP version. Then when you hit enter, it will give you the version. You can see mine, it is 23.2.1. by the time I'm recording the video, this is the latest version. Now if you don't have, then what you do, just go to your browser and then go to python.org, and then go to the downloads, and then download for your operating system. You can see by the time I'm recording the video is at 3.11.5, of which it is what I have here. You can see it is 3.11.5 by the time I'm recording the video. So when you install Python, it will come with PIP, it will come with other packages, but we are much interested into PIP because that's what we'll be using to install the Python packages. But you can as well check it once you have downloaded. You can confirm if you have it. The command are the same, just python -- version, and the PIP is PIP -- version. Now the next thing, now we need to get started. So what you do, navigate where you want to place your project. Like for me, the same, let me place it at the second partition here, and then at the project, web project. And then here I'll add in another folder, and then I'll call it Django, Django photography, photography, right? So it's Django photography. And then now what you do, the best way to navigate to this section, if you are on Windows PC, just do this. Just highlight your this URL here. Just highlight everything here. Then first of all, it can be like this. I don't show that part, I don't know. Just ensure that this one is expanded, and then at this URL here, you can just type here cmd. It will open the command prompt at that directory. So now you can see it is on web project, but now we want to get to the photography. How do you navigate there? You can as well use the cd command, which stands for change directory. Then you can say Django. You can just type exact name here, Django photography, and then it will cd it. It will change the directory to this Django photography. Now so first of all, before anything, we need to create a virtual environment. We don't want the Django to be installed system wide. We want it to be just in a particular project that we want to have it. So to install that virtual environment in the current directory, you can just type here Python, and then -m, then v and v. This is the command now to create the virtual environment. Then you can call your virtual environment whichever name you wish, but for this one, let me just use env. So it is Python or a Py for Windows operating system, or I just use Python, then a -m, then a space v space your project name, your environment name. Like for me, I just gave it env. Then when you hit enter, it will create until it finishes this, until it shows another line, command line. Then you will know that it has completely installed. Like for now, you can see it is there. But now it hasn't finished to install everything until it gives you another line like this one, like this way. So this way you are sure that it has installed everything. So let's now install Django. Let's install now Django, because now we have the virtual environment. Now to install Django, first of all, you need to activate the virtual environment. So let me delete one window here. So how do you activate the virtual environment? You can see in this file we have a file called a script. We have include lib, then a script, and then these are py v and v. But now we'll be focusing on this script because it has the command to activate the virtual environment. You can see it has files. You have activate.bat. So if it doesn't show the extension of the files, you can go to the view. If you are on Windows operating system, then ensure that the file name extension is checked. Like you can see when I uncheck, it won't show the extensions. You can see like we have 2 files, activate. In fact, there are 3, activate, but you're not sure which extension it has at the end. But now when you click on the check file, when you check on file name extension, then you will see that there are different files here. So I will be using this script, then activate to activate the virtual environment. So to back to our command line tool. So to activate now the virtual environment, just type here env, then a backslash to navigate to, or you can as well cd. You can change the directory, but you can say also env, then a backslash, then a scripts, then a backslash to navigate back further to that file called activate. You can say you can add in the extension .bat, or you can just use activate. It will activate your virtual environment. So let me hit enter. Then now you can see we have the virtual environment. Yeah, so everything is now fine, and then we can now install what? Django. So how do you install Django? To install Django, you can just type here py. Now, if you want to install in the current directory so that it may not spread all over, you can just say py, and then py, and then a space m, then a pip install Django, py space m, and then a pip install Django. Then I give it time so that it may install Django for you. So the installation is done. Now the next thing, now let's now create our project. Let's create our project in this directory so that it may be on the root directory of this folder. So let's do that. So to create that file, we'll say now Django has some commands. Django has some commands, like for example, let's just say Django, then a hyphen admin. You'll see it has some commands. When you just hit enter, you can see it has some commands here, like for example, the first one here, you can see it check. You can see it check, compile messages, create a cache table, a DB shell. You have div settings, dump data, flash, inspect DB, load data, make messages, make migration, migrate, optimize migration, run server, send, test mail, shell, show migration, SQL flash, SQL migrate, SQL SQL sequence reset, and other commands here. So I want us to use this start project to start a project, to create a project. Django admin, and then this command start project, and then the project name can be you can give it whichever name you wish. Like let me say photography. Let me just call it photography, or let me just call it project. Project, and then now if you want to install it in the current directory, in the root directory of this folder, use here the period, add in the period, and then hit enter. Then it will install the project this directory. You can see we have the project folder, and then inside it we have some files like the init, ASGI. We have the settings, URL, and then WSGI files. So we'll be focusing on this manage.py at the moment to install. First of all, let's check if Django is fully installed in this system. So this manage.py also, it has some commands. You can use this manage.py to, for example, to run server from Django, to migrate and to do other stuff. So I'll say py manage.py, then to run server, we can use what? We can use this command run server here. And then here we can do it, we can just paste it there, py manage.py, then run server. Now, if I want to select the port, by default on Django it will open at port 8000, but you can specify whichever port you wish. But first of all, let me hit enter so that we can try to open it on this port. Now this is the URL, copy, and then you can just paste it on your browser, on your browser here. Now you can see now Django is fully installed. Now I want to talk about this 127.0.0.1 in a few. This 127.0.0.1 is the alias for localhost. If you use localhost, then you specify port number, it will open the same content. Port number 8000, you can see when you hit enter it will open that Django, but also the port number, it must be specific. If you say 800, it won't work. You have to give it what? 8000, because Django will open by default at that port. Though you can change the port number, like for example, now to break the server, if you are on PC, you can just click on control then +C, it will break the server. And then so now we can use the same command but specify the port number that we wish to have, like it's py manage.py, then you can specify py manage.py run server, then I specify the port number, like if we try 100, port 100, then it will run on that port. Like now you can see when I run again, it won't work because we have changed the port. But now if I use here 100, it will open because it is running at this port number. So I think I've understood that now. So the next thing, we want to open this project in the code, Visual Studio Code, because we won't be using the terminal here to write the codes. So let me break the server once again, Control+C. You can see there's always a shortcut, like here on PC you can see there's a command here, Control break, to break what? To quit the server here. So Control+C, and then so now the next thing, I want to open this code at the Visual Studio Code. I don't know which editor you're using, but for me I'm using Visual Studio Code. So I'll just type here code. Code, when you run the code command, it will open the Visual Studio Code. But if you specify if you add in the period here at the end, then it will open at this root directory. It will open this project on Visual Studio Code. So code, then period. When you hit enter, it will open Visual Studio Code with that folder. You can see now we have that folder for Django photography. Then inside it we have the env, and then we also have the project. Then we also have manage.py and all that. So I don't want to see these tabs here, the release notes and all that. Now I don't want to use now this external terminal, because of Visual Studio Code it has embedded terminals. So you go to these tabs, go to the tabs, and then go to the terminal, and then for example yours can be, for example, let's zoom in, it can be in this way. You cannot see the terminal. What you do, just click on the bar, then I go to the terminal, or if it's like this, you can just find it here, a terminal, then I go to the terminal. So first of all, I'll go to the terminal, and then terminal, new terminal, and then by default it will usually open with the PowerShell. It will open with PowerShell, but for me I want to use command prompt. You can see it has several terminals here. Like for me, I have git bash, command prompt, PowerShell, and other terminals here. So I'm gonna use the command prompt, and then you can see by default it just open automatic. When you just switch to command prompt, it will activate the virtual environment automatic. You saw also with the PowerShell, it also activated that virtual environment, automatic. So here we can run what? We can run the server py manage.py run server. So we can have several servers running. We can have several terminals. Like at this one, we can just give it for running the server, and then we can also create another one, another terminal. We can add in what? We can add in another terminal here for, we can add in another terminal here for coding. Now the other one is running. Let me first of all delete the unused terminal. So this one is for running the server, and then this one is for coding, for coding the stuffs, And first of all, let's get to this Django admin. Then when you hit enter, you see there's also an option to start. Let me first of all expand. You can see there's a command to start the app. You can see start app. So we'll be using this command py manage.py start app. Now this command start app, to start the app. Start app. Now apps, these are just like the application in your system. You can have an application to run the messages that focuses on messages, that focuses on camera. Another one focuses on anything WhatsApp or any other file. So this application usually have specific tasks. So likewise in Django, the application can perform a particular task. You can have an app to handle, for example, if it's an e-commerce, to handle, for example, the carts, to handle the users. Another one to handle what the pages and all that. So apps, their functionalities, to handle specific task inside your project. Now the app that I'm gonna, because this one I just want to have one application that will be overall, I can call it, for example, main. You can call it main or whichever name. For instance, let me just call it photography. Py manage.py start app, then photography. Then when you hit enter, it will create that application for you. Now you can see how this photography app with us. Now this is just an independent application. We need to link it to our project. Even if you code anything here, it won't be affected because we have just created, but we have not linked it to our project. So now to link it to the project, let me first of all minimize this section. Now go to the project, and then to the settings. Now here just scroll down until you see the installed apps. So what you want to do is to add it to the list of installed apps. So the app is photography. So inside the quotes, because strings in Python are defined with the quotes, just type here photography. Photography, yeah. Photography, and then always ensure that it ends with ensure that it ends with a comma to separate parameters in Python. Also, you can see that the projects we have the URLs, and in some cases you might have a lot of applications, so you don't want to mix the URLs you don't want to mix the URL, for example, for different apps just in a particular in the main URL. You might want to have the URLs to be independent with the app. So to do that, you have to add in the URL and the photography. Just go to the photography folder, and then add in a file called URLs, like this one, urls.py. urls.py, so it's empty. Now so this url.py, it will be independent to this photography website. It will just be for this photography website. But now we need also to link this URL so that it may be configured with these URLs for your project. So to do that, Python has a module called include. Include. Now with this include module, we can link the URL of the photography to our project. So again, I'll say path, and then inside the parentheses, I'll give it like, it will be like an empty directory or the root directory. When someone just type in the domain or the IP address, it will open that application in that root, of that IP address. So comma, and then so I'll say here include should be include. Then inside the parentheses, I'll add in what inside the quotes again, I'll add in what photography. That's the application that has the URLs, so it's photography and then a dot URLs, photography.urls. And I say that a list in Python is separated. List of items in Python are separated with a semicolon. So always ensure that at the end you have a comma. So we've linked now these photography URLs to our project URL. So what we do next, I want us to first of all to do the migration to configure the database. To do the migration, you can do this. You can say py manage.py migrate to configure the database. So you can run. So guys, now what we need to do, guys, is to configure. Let me just copy this code. Let me just copy this code and then I go to the URLs of the photography. And then I can see now at the moment it's empty like that. But now we don't need this admin because this is like the app URL. And then also we don't need the include. And then let me just give it an empty path like that. And then so once again, let's try to migrate. And then you can see now it is working. Yeah, because initially I think we had forgotten to add in this code. So you can see now the migration is done. And let's now create something. Like here I want us to add in the templates. The templates, these are like the HTML files, for your project. So let me create another folder at the root directory called templates to handle the templates like that. So once we have the templates here, we need also to go to the project and also configure the settings for the templates. You can see by default it should open in the app directory, and the template folder should open in the apps directory. You can see because the root here is like the apps root. But here you can see here there's also that documentation on how to handle so you can see build apps inside the projects like this one. You can see if you want to build inside the application like this one, you can see there's a command. So now what I want to do, guys, let me just copy this command. There's a code, and then the installed apps are the templates, and I'll want to do this. I'll paste it here, and then now what I'll do now here, it will be templates like this, template like that. And of course these are I don't need these tabs, so it's template. Ensure that these are templates name resembles with or the templates here and the root resembles this one. It should be Exact. Now let's create something inside these templates and see if it will work. So inside the template, I'll add in the file called index, or whichever name, index.html. Now inside the HTML here, change the language mode to standard HTML, and then I'll type in the exclamation, then I hit enter, and then here I can give it what I can give it. I can give it a name, a title like photography, Django photography. You can give it your name, the name that you wish to give it for your project. Now this one is just, and then here let me just add in the h1, for example, to test if it's working. So I'll say this is working. This is working, or you can give it any name. Now to configure so that it may work, we need to create the view functions and also add in the URL pattern. So let's go to the views of the project app. In fact, let me close everything here so that it may not confuse you. Now go to the photography app or a photography directory, and then I go to the views. Now first of all, ensure that this first line of code is there, because I will be using this command here to render our templates. So first of all, let's define a function here. So I'll say div, then I'll call it home. Let me call it home, or you can give it any other function name. Then inside the parentheses, I'll pass here the request. And then I turn to the colon, and then I'll say return, then it will render, then inside the parentheses it will render what? Request, and also comma, and then the template name is index. I guess it was index.html. Yeah, index.html. index.html. And then now let's go to the URLs. Now we need also to import what? We need also to import the views. So I'll say from the current directory, we use the dot to define the root there, or the current directory. From the current directory on views .py file, import that view function. It was home, right? It was home. And then now here we can add it here to the URL patterns. I'll say path, and then inside the parentheses I'll add in the, so this one will also be the root directory, or the root directory. Then here I'll give it the name, and the view function was home. And then now the name, if you wish to give it, you can say name, and then I can give it, for example, let me just call it home. And then now we can test if it's working. So let's go to our browser and then see if it's working. Now here, because now here it opened with the port 8000, you can see on this other one, there's an issue with the templates. So let's try to configure the templates and see if it will work or not. So let's go to the project, and then
settings, and then now here are the templates. Let's add in inside the list like this, and then also at the end like that, and see if it will work or not. Yeah, it's now working. So guys, here ensure that it is inside this true square bracket for it to work. And then what you do, go to now this one is port 8000. It has opened with in the port 80,000 like this. So let me just follow the link and open it on the browser, and then now you can see it's working. You can see this one is working. You can see the code. Or let me just add in something interesting. Now to this template, let me close these other ones, and then to the templates index.html, let me just add in some lorem text. Lorem or Visual Studio Code, it usually comes with the placeholder text. So sorry, now for it to work, it should be inside the it should be in the HTML mode, language mode. So I'll say HTML language mode, and then so I'll say lorem. Now lorem is like the default or a random text for Visual Studio Code that Visual Studio Code will usually come with, so that you don't have to write the actual wordings or the content for testing purposes. So you can just write lorem, then it will generate your text. If you want, for example, let's say if you want to generate 5 text, you can say lorem 5. It will generate 5 words. You can say generate 5 words. Lorem 20, it will generate 20 words. So lorem 20, it will generate 20 words. But now, so let it be like that, and then let's go to our browser, and you see, you can see now it has those text. So the next thing now, we need to configure the statics. The statics, actually the files to handle the CSS, JavaScripts, and other files, Bootstrap and all that. So let's go to now for static, we don't want to add it at the root directory unless it's for production. I want it to be on that app, on the application. So the photography app, I'll add in a file called static. Ensure it is static, exact name is static, because when you go to the project settings, there at the bottom, you'll find out that the URL or the variable was static. Ensure that it is static, like that. So let me first of all minimize or close first of all, and then to this photography, and then to the static, add in a file called for example CSS. You can add it inside a folder. Let's add in a folder called CSS, for CSS, to handle the CSS, and in that folder I'll add in a file called main.css, and then I'll add in another folder the static, not CSS, this one is just static. Then I'll add in another folder called JS, for JavaScript, JS, and then inside the JavaScript I'll add in a file called main.js. that one will handle the JavaScript files. So once again to the CSS, for example the body, let me just use a body selector so that we may test the code if it's working, the configuration. Then I'll say, for example, background color, and give it a brown, just to test if it's working. Then now to the template, then here let me first of all minimize this section and also this part. Now for example, I want to use this one for coding. Remember, this other terminal is for running the server. We just want to leave the server running. Then at the second terminal is to, now this one is for writing our codes. So here at the top, we need to add in the CSS. First of all, we need to load the static here at the top. So I say load static. So it is now this is how you write the Django tags. It is enclosed inside the parentheses and the percentage symbols, the opening and a percentage, also the percentage and the closing of the curly braces, like this. So, and then a load static. This way you will have loaded the static folder. So once you have the static folder here loaded, you can use it here. So I'll say, and now I'll change just the language mode from Django HTML to standard HTML language mode. Then I here say link, and then it is a style sheet, and then here the URL. I'll add in the curly braces like this. Then I will say it has 2 percentages. So 2 percentages, and then because we've loaded the static here, we don't have to load it again. Just say load. We just say static folder, static, and then inside the static, so inside the quotes, first of all, you define now the file path or the directory. So it is a CSS folder, and then main.css. main.css. So once again, let's go to ensure first of all it's running. Ensure first of all on the other terminal it's running. Your project is running. Your environment is running. Then you can test. So it's not working. We can break the server and also restart so that we may be sure it's working. So Control+C, and then also rerun the server. Rerun the server, and then refresh the browser. So you can see it's working now. It's working fine. So everything is now good. The templates are configured, the statics are configured, everything is now fine. So we can begin the project now. So guys, I want us to begin by first importing the fonts and also some CDN like for Font Awesome and other stuffs. So what you need to go, just go to the Google to your search bar, and then I type here fonts. Should be fonts.google.com, Google Fonts, fonts.google.com, and then so at the fonts.google.com website, you can search the fonts that you wish to use. For instance, if it's Roboto, I like working with let me use Ubuntu. Let me just use Ubuntu. But now the essence here is just to help you understand how to use the imported fonts or external fonts. So you can download the fonts there. You can choose to download, or you can as well do what you can as well select. You can as well select the fonts and use it. So whichever way, because I guess some operating system might not have the exact font, so I'd want to use the CDN. So for CDN, you just select the font that you would want to use, the font weight. Let me just select everything here for both bold and all that. And then so once you are done, then you're going to go to this icon, this cut thing, and then so this is Ubuntu, and then you can see if you want to link it to your HTML, you can use it like this. But because I might have several pages that I'd want to use the same fonts, so I have to import it in the CSS so that in whichever template I'll have, it will do what it will have the same fonts. So I'll use you can use the link if you just want to use it in a particular template. But if you want to affect any CSS that will be linked on, or any other template that will be linked with that CSS, you can use the import, and then you can add it to the CSS. So let me use this option, the second option. Let me copy, and then now to JavaScript, and actually to the code editor, and then at the CSS here at the top, you can just add it here. You can just add it there at the top, and then also for body. Now to use now the font family, you can scroll down, then you can see there's this CSS rules to specify the families. So just copy and then add it to the body. And then so let's check. Now let's go to the browser and then check if the fonts will be changed. So let me refresh here, and then you can see now the fonts are changed. So we've linked that one. Now the other thing we want to have is basically I've just used Ubuntu to test, but you can use your preferred fonts, Now the other thing that I want us to use now is the Font Awesome. so font awesome to import the icons and all that. So font awesome, fontawesome.com, fontawesome.com. Then just navigate to that font awesome, and then if you don't have an account with them, you can create. And if you already have an account with them, then what you do, you can just use the site kit. So like for me, I'm not sure if so I'm not signed in, so I can sign in. Now once you've signed in, you can navigate to your site kit here, because I want to use it as a CDN, but you can download if you want to use if you want to download it. But for me, I just want to use the from the CDN. Now, so this is the free kit. So let me just click on it so that I may copy the script, the script files to be used. So I'll scroll down, then I'll copy this kit. Then I'll navigate to my index.html here. Then I'll add it here at the head here. I'll add it there. But now I want to use here. I want to use a base HTML and then extend it to this index. I want to use the base HTML, then I'll extend it to index so that it may affect any other page that we'll be using. So to the templates, you can create a file, perhaps base or a master. So let me just call it base.html. Base.html. Let me use base.html, and then what I'll do, let me just copy everything here, or let me just cut everything, then add it to the base. Now you'll see that on the browser it won't display anything. You can see it cannot display anything, it's just blank. Now we'll want to extend it. So here the body will add in the tag called so let me just say so here I'll use block content, block, and then block content. So this is the Django tag, block content. So this one will be for content. So any content that we will want to use inside our templates will go inside. So this is the start tag of the block content, and then this is the end block of the block content. And then also for the photography here, what we do, we can just add it. We can just add in also the the for title also. We can as well use what, let me just cut. Then I'll use the tag. So let me just say load block, and then sorry, should be now the Django tag. Or what I do, let me just copy this one, and then I do it. Let me just paste it there. But now let me just make it be in a single line like this. So now this one should be title. So let me just change here to title, or you can give it whichever name you wish, but ensure that the name that you give it here is what you'll use it the other templates. So now I want to extend. Now Django provides us with the extend module where we can extend this base HTML to other files. So here I'll say what I'll say. First of all, let me just so here let me add in the H1. So for testing, so I'll say H1, and then here I'll say what, for example, let me say it's working. Let me say it's extended. It's extended. Oh, the name is not correct. It's extended, and then the closing tag of the H1. And then now, so to use it inside the index, I'll say first of all you use this command. Let me switch the language mode here from standard HTML to Django HTML, and then here I'll say extend Then I remember I'm just using the Visual Studio Code. It has auto completion, system. So like when I just say, well, provided the language mode is in Django, when I just say extends, then it will auto complete for me. And then I here now I'll extend this base HTML, base base.html, base.html, and then now the content will go here. So the content, to use the content, you have to add in these placeholder, these tags here, the Django tags. So your content will go here, will go between these two tags. Now if you want to have a title, specific title, because I want to make also the titles to be dynamic, so we used this title tag, so that because we might have several pages, remember when we just add in here, the title will be appearing on all pages, but we want to have different titles, different tags, or different titles with different pages. Perhaps we can say contacts, the photography, or a project photography, or whichever name. So in that case, I have to add in here at the top also, and then I'll say Django, or let me say index, or let me say home, then photography, home photography. At least let me add in some spaces here. And then also we need also to load the static in every page. We need to load the static just below the extend. We need to load the statics. So once again, let me just check if it's working. Let me refresh. Let me just refresh, and then now you can see now it is working. It is extended, so it's working super fine. And if you add in another page and then we extend, then it will have the same functionality. So what I'm gonna do now next is to now to configure everything so that it may work properly. So at the CSS, the first thing that I want us to include here is the variables, or the global styling. So first of all, let me add in a comment, and then let me say global styling. Then to define a global styling, we use the asterisk, then open and close the braces. Then the first one should be margin. Remember, the browsers usually have their default styling. Like for example, you can see for this is Opera, it has some default margin, padding, and all that. So we want to override everything so that with a different browser, it will have just exact styling that we intend to use. So in that case, we have to override everything with this global styling. So margin, I'll give it 0, the initial, and then now the padding, also let me give it 0, the initial one, and then at the box sizing, I'll give it border box. Now what is the function of this border box? So for example, if you have let's say a flex box, and then for example, if you have an image, if you don't use the box sizing property, when you increase the width, even if you have specified the sizing of that border box or that container, it might extend because you've increased perhaps an image or whichever it is, it will extend. But when you use the border box, even if you increase the other elements inside that container, it won't affect it. Will just remain within the container. This is a function of this box sizing property. And then also for the links, I want by default, when I open the links, by default with the HTML, it usually have the underline. So I want to remove that decoration with this text decoration by default, so that any link tag or any anchor tag will not have that text decoration. So I say text decoration, will give it none. And then list style type. For example, if you have a list, you don't want to have the circles, those are boxes or numbering. You can do this by saying list style type. If you don't want to have those are bullets in your list, so list style I'll give it none. No, list style, yeah, list style, I'll give it none. I'll give it none by default. And then what is, I think if we find another thing to include in our global styling, then we shall add it here. Now, the other thing that I want us to have, because I want us to have the dark theme and the light theme, so I do want to use the variables, you know. And so now for colors, if you're not good with the color palettes, like you know, choosing the complementing colors like me, then you can go to the Google or to Google and then search a color palettes, or let me just say color palettes, color palettes, I guess this is the spelling, I'm not sure. Color palette, yeah, it's color palette, yeah, this is the correct spelling. So this color hand, you can use whichever site you wish. Like for example, let me just choose the color hand. I don't want us to have the dark theme. I want us to have the dark theme and also the light theme. So for dark theme, I think I'll just use this one for this day for dark theme. So the first color, I'll use what? I'll use so this will be like the primary color. Now the CSS. So to define the variable colors, you begin with this as a colon, then a root, and then inside the braces you can begin with 2 hyphens. Then I say, for example, primary color, primary color, I can give it what? Primary color, I can give it, let's say, this one. Let me just paste this one. Remember, it begins for hexadecimal color values. It begins with a hash, then I close with a semicolon. So this one will be like at the primary. Let me just add in the secondary. Color. Secondary color. I'll use what for secondary color? I'll use this other one. Now, yeah, let me just use this one. Or there's another better dark color, I'm not sure. Let me just confirm. Or I think I should use this one. Let me just use this one. I think this color is nice for me. Let me just replace here and then add it there so that it can be completely dark. And then so the secondary, I'll use this one. So secondary color, I'll use this one. And then so the third color, let me just say, or a color, third, let me just say called the third color. I'll use this one. Not really, I should have used the other one. So this is the third color. Let me just paste it there and then close with a semicolon. Then a fourth color. I'll use what? I'll use the other one. I think it was white. This one is white. This is not really white. It is kind of grayish. So let me just paste it there. And then for instance, if I say background, I'm using white or a fourth. So to use now, for example, if you want to use it, you don't just specify the color name like this. You have to use VAR. You have to say VAR, then I specify, for example, if it's fourth color, you can specify fourth color. Then I will see that the color will change. It will be so let's give it some time. So I'm not sure if you can see now the color is changed and also the styling is now changed. Things are working fine. Now I'd want us also to have I want us to have also for dark theme. For dark theme, so for dark theme, I think for light theme now. So let me just duplicate. Let me duplicate, and then so here let me comment this one first of all. Let me comment, and then for the light theme, I can use one. Which colors for light? Which colors should I use? I can even choose this one. Let me just choose this one. Now yeah, let me just choose this one. This one is for light theme. Yeah, this one. Let me just paste it there. So secondary color, I'll give it this one. So primary color here, I'll use white. Let me just use white. Or let me use this one. So the primary color here I should use or first of all, let me change, because the fourth color was for the fourth color was for background, so I'll use what? In fact, let me just call it background. Let me just call it background. Let me call it background. Also here I'll give it background. Background. Yeah, background I think is, yeah, it's, let me just be sure because it has to be exact. So this is the for backgrounds, and then here I'll give it what now for dark theme. So this one was for light. Now for dark theme here I'll use what? I'll use 0. I'll use 0 0 0 0 0 0. I think there are 6. Yeah, this is black. And then now for primary color, so initial one it was black. For primary color, so this time I can give it the other color, which is for example this one. Then let me just paste it here, and then so this is for light, this is for, now this is for dark theme. Yeah, this is for dark theme. And then now the other color, I'll copy this one, and then I'll paste it here, and then lastly it's this color. I'll not use the last color there. Let me just use this one, and I think it will be enough. So first of all, let's check. So the background is not working here. So I should have changed here also, because I've changed the variable name. So here should be background. So background. So let me check. Yeah, you can see now the background is black. When I change here to, when I switch, for example, let me just comment this one. Let me comment this one, and then let me just use this one now, and then I'll see it will be white. It will be white. So it is working fine. Now we have now the colors. We've selected the colors. So now we want to add now the selector, or the selector for dark theme. And so in that case, we'll have to add in this variable, or this selector here at the CSS. Let me use that dot dark theme. Let me call it dark. Let me just call it dot dark theme. Dark theme body, and then a body. Now body being the selector, because I think the main things here will be now the body and all that. So dark theme body, here I'll give it what? which colors. So now here I think I should just say I should use here now the instead of third color, say text color. Text color. Text color. So text color on the light mode, it will be black. So I think here I should now use black. Black is 00. And then now for the dark theme, in fact, let me comment this one. Let me comment this one, and then let me just cut. In fact, I won't use everything there. Let me just paste it there. But now here, what I'm gonna change here is now the so here what I'll change here is just text color. I'll use a text color. So, and then now what I'll do, let me just paste it there. So for text color, this for dark theme, it will be white. So white is FF. White will be FF. And then so the background, now here the background should be text color should be now white. This is so text color for the black or the white should be black, then a background white, and then now here it should be black. Now the text color for dark, then the text color should be white, then the background should be black. So we'll add in the functionality later. So now we'll use now JavaScript to add in the toggle and all that. So let's now get to the index, not really to the index because we extended the base, so we have to style the base now to add in the content in the base. So here I'll change the language mode to standard HTML. Then let me add in a comment here, and then I'll say navigation styling, and then in this navigation styling, I'll add in the class, or let me just use section dot nav links. Yeah, nav links. I guess nav links is fine, or let me add in the hyphen nav links, navigation links. So the class name will be navigation links for main container. And then now the first container, now inside this I'll add in, for example, now let me say dot nav container, and then now the first item will be dot the logo. So dot logo or the logo content will go there. So let me add in fact a comment here, and then let me say a logo. And then after the logo, I'll add in now the nav items. So nav items. Then in this nav items, what I'll do, let me just say for these nav items, I'll use a class called nav items, or a nav items here. Nav items. And then in the nav items, I'll use now the UL, then LI, and then in the LI, I'll use the anchor tags, in the LI. And then here, the moment I'll give it a hash, and then the first one will be for home. Let me add in several. Home. Then the second one will be for live coverage, live stream. Let me just call it broadcast. Live stream. Yeah, let me just call it live stream, because this one is a photography. Live stream. Then this one should be for projects, or not projects. Let me use a gallery. let me use a gallery, and then the other one should be about, then lastly should be conduct, and the last one is conduct. So, and then before these nav items, I'll add in also another class here called so I'll add in another class here for I'll add here another icon for the toggle. The toggle, I think it should be here at the end. Let me just add it here at the end. Let me cut, then I add it here. Before, just at the end of this URL, I'll add in the toggle class. So let me say toggle, to toggle between the light and the dark theme. So the toggle, and then here I'll say what I'll say. So here what I'll do, let me add in the class for the toggle. So I'll call it, for example, so here the class I can say, for example, theme toggle, and then so for this theme toggle, I'll add in what because we've imported the Photoshoot, I can add in, I can go to the Photoshoot, then I search for moon and sun. So in this one, I select this one because this one is kind of dark. Let me just select this one. Then I scroll down, then I copy, then I'll add it here. So this is the first one. And then now the other one, it will be for sun to display the light mode. So I'll say sun to display what? To display the I'll add in the sun here to display the light mode. Or let me just, I can see it's here, but now let me just try to use let me say light. Let me search light and then see. Oh, I think sun is better. Sun, and then which sun should I use here? Which sun should I use? This could be better. Let me just use this one. Let me just use this one. We shall style with the CSS so that it may be white. So let me copy this one, and then let me add it here. Now I want us to add in the ID so that we'll style it with JavaScript. So the ID here, you can add in the ID. So ID, the first one can be, for example, let's say this one should be the let me say moon. Let me just call it moon. And then now here the ID, I can give it sun. The ID is moon, then the other one is sun. So first of all, let's try to check the display. Yeah, you can see it is displaying here. Now for logo, we can add in the logo. Let me search for photography photo. So let me search for photography, or let me just use from Photoshoot. Let me search for a photography photo. Let me just search for photo to be the icon for photography. Let me say photo. But you can use what? You can use if you have a logo for your brand, you can use it. Let me say photography. I don't know if there's an icon for photography. Or let me just use a picture. Yeah, picture is fine here. There was one that I suspected to be fine. Pic. Is it pic? Picture. Let me just use this one. I think this one is picture. Let me just say picture. Yeah, this one is, I think this one is nice. Or if there's another one, I think, let me scroll and find better. No, I think this one is fine for camera retro. Let me use this. Let me use it. Then copy. Remember, I'm using the free. There are others which are pro, like these ones. You can't use them because you have to pay for license. You can see the pro versions. You have to pay. So be sure to use the free versions if you don't have the license with them. And then I'll add it here. So this is for logo. And then now let's check first of all. Yeah, it is there. So now we need to increase now the font size. So let's now go to the CSS. You can see now the container here is nav container, nav links, then a nav container. Let me go to the CSS, and then let me add in the comment. Then I'll say, let me say nav styling. Remember the comment, they just help you to understand the codes. They won't be executed at the browser. So it's nav container, and then the display should be flex. The display should be flex. I'll use a flex. Now by default the flex direction will be raw, but you can as well use a column if you wish. By default it's no, by default when you save display flex, by default it will be in the raw format, but you can as well specify if it's raw by specifying display or a flex direction property. But now by default it will be raw, so I don't have to specify. Then there's another property called justify content. I'll use a space between, and then so flex wrap, so that when the content does not fit in a particular row, it can go to the next thing when you use the flex wrap property. And then what else? So first of all, let me just check it. Yeah, so you can see it's here. You can see it is here. And then now the other thing that I want us to use, first of all, let me zoom and be sure that it is at the 100. Yeah, it is zoomed at 100. Then let's add in the margin. I'll give it 3%. And then what else? So first of all, let's check how it is. Yeah, margin is 3% or 2%. Let me use no, this margin should be for this the main container, and the main container here, nav links. The nav links now to the CSS. So here I'll give it this property. Let me just add it there. Let me add it here. Now in fact I'll give it 2%. Alright, yeah, 3, I think 3 is best. 3 is better for me. And then now or let me just use 2. Let this property, so margin by default it will be 100. So let me just use it the second. Let me just use it here, but now I'll give it. Let me give it 2. I'll give it 2 because I'd want the entire container to be just to stretch from all the way from left to right. Then at the background for the dark mode. So background I can use background and then a text color. So color I'll give it var. So this for body, so background should be black. The default one, the background is white. So the color should be white. The background, let me use a text color. So yeah, text color for the body by default, but now here I'll use now the color here property, or a background I'll use background color I'll use which color? I'll use this one, primary. So VAR, and then I'll use a primary. Is it really primary? So this primary should be, oh sure, there's these colors here. Let me just, in fact, let me just cut this, and then I replace them here. Yeah, and then here I'll use VAR. No, VAR. Yeah, VAR, and then I'll use that primary color, and then a text color, and then a color, I'll give it white. VAR, a text color. So I'll give it background, for background, which is white. So let me just check. So these are property, I think, should be at this one, because at this one I'd want to extend it to, I want it to extend all the way to the other side. So I'll add it here. I will add it here, and then so now here, instead of margin, I'll add in the padding. I'll give it 2%. Let me check. And then so this one is really nice. Now the next thing, I want to change the display of these list items. So so now it is nav container. So add it here, nav container, and then now the UL, and then so it's UL, and then LI, because we are targeting now the list of items. We are targeting now in fact, I can even minimize this other section that we don't need it here, so that it may not complicate us. So it is nav links, and then nav items, and then UL, then LI, nav items, nav container, then nav items. Remember, class must begin with a full stop if you want to use it, with a period if you want to use it as a selector. Then LI. So the display, I'll give it inline block, so that it can display from left to right. Let me first of all check. Yeah, you can see now it is being displayed from left to right. And then now the other thing is now this toggle thing, we can give it now. So first of all, now let's now target now the LI. Also for LI, so let's add in the padding for the LI. So padding can be let's give it 5 pixels, so that it may not be close to each other like that. So this one is nice. Then now for this item, for this toggle thing, I think we can also add it. We can make it an independent element, an independent class. So let me just remove it here. Yeah, let me just remove it here. Let me cut, and then add it at the end of this div, so that it may be an independent item. Yeah, so let me check. Yeah, so it is fine. Yeah, this way is fine. So that we can just change, change from a light. We shall add it. We shall add the JavaScript later. So now the LI, now the anchor tag, now should be, let me just copy. The anchor tag, so the color should be white, color should be VAR, then I'll use the background the background. Or let me add in another variable here for white. So let me add in another one. So I'll just call it white. White, and then I'll be using white. Let me use here white, the color white. Then let's check. Now for the font size, I can increase a bit. So font size, let me give it something like 20 pixel, and then let me check. Yeah, this one is nice. Also, we can style the logo. So it's .navlinks, navlinks, then I for that icon, navlinks, and then logo, then I can increase the size. So font size, I can give it 60 pixel. Let's check. No, 60 is too big. Let me give it 40. Yeah, 40 is fine for me. And then and then also for the other one, for these icons, also I can give it 40. So it is at which it is at the toggle theme. So let me just duplicate. So let me just duplicate this one. Then let me just duplicate. Then instead of logo, I'll add in the toggle theme. Then let's check. Yeah, it is but this one I can give it even 30. Let me give it even 30. Now let's add in the hover functionality when you hover on these nav links. So when you hover now when you hover on the li on the anchor tag, now here it should be when you hover the color should be, now the color here when you hover can be which color blends with blue, because I don't want to use this secondary color. Let me just go there and then I check something on the same the color that blends with blue can it be this one? Let me just I think use this one. Yeah, this color cyan is better, can blend with blue. Let me just replace there so that they are almost the same, so it won't have a big difference. So let me now just check. Now you can see when I hover, the color changes, but now it is instant. I want to add in the transition effects. So here I'll add in the transition. I'll give it all 0.3 seconds is in, and then let's check. So you can see when you have on it, it can it display it has and now 0.3 is too much. Let me give it 2. Let me give it yeah, this one is nice. So guys, now I want us to work with this on these toggle things so that you can switch between light and dark modes. So what I'll do, let me go to JavaScript now. Now here the HTML here at the bottom, I'll add in the JavaScript. First of all, let me create a comment, and then let me say script files, and then so here I'll add in the script. Let me change the language mode to it is in HTML already. So I'll say script, but now with this CSS attribute, and then here we shall link it with our JavaScript, which was JS / because it is inside a folder. Then no, basically you have to define in a Django way. Use the curly braces, and then a 2%, and then here you have to define static. Static. Then inside the two quotes you can add in now the folder, the file js, the folder. Then the file is main.js. So it is linked. Now this is JavaScript. It is empty at the moment. Let me add in a comment here, and then let me say a toggle styling. The toggle styling, and then now here first of all I want us to create now the function here. Before that I'll define here a method. So I say document, it should be document dot add event listener, add event listener, and then here I'll pass here the DOM content loaded here, and then also I'll pass in what I'll pass in the function. Remember, function you have first of all to use these are two parentheses on definition. Then I'll add in what I'll add in the two braces. Then here the first thing I want to use the local variable here. So the first variable I'll use the const keyword to declare variable const. Then I'll say theme toggle, and then I'll assign here to document. I'll assign here to this method document dot query selector dot. So document dot query selector, document dot query selector, and then now so here I'll use what inside this one I'll use the class on CSS. Yeah, on CSS I'll use this class name dark theme. On JavaScript, then I'll pass here dot. Remember, a class it has to begin with a dot dark theme like that. Then close it with a semicolon. Now the other local variable here, I'll use the sun icon. So I'll say const. Remember, const is a built-in keyword, so you have to define it correctly. So const, then I say so let me just use sun icon. So let me just say sun icon, and then in this sun icon I'll assign here to document dot get element by ID, and the ID for sun, it was what the ID for sun was the ID here was sun, just sun. Then it was, and then this one was moon. The for moon it was moon. Then for sun it was sun. So I say here moon. I say this is sun, so it is sun, and then I'll close with a semicolon here at the end, and then now here. So we need also to create now the other one for moon. Now this one should be moon. So not here. Should be moon. Moon icon. Then I'll change here to moon. I'll change here to moon. And then now so once you have these variables, then of course let me create lastly for body. So const keyword, then I'll say body. For body I'll assign here to the body document. Now when I use document, I'm referring to that HTML because we've linked to the HTML document what that HTML document, and target now the body of the element. And then I also close with a semicolon. It's not a must to close with a semicolon, but it's a good practice, right? Now let's add in the functions. So let me add in the function to toggle the theme. So let me add in a comment. So let me say function to toggle the theme, and the theme like that. And then now here I'll say body dot class list, body dot class list, body dot class list. And then in this class list, again I'll pass here toggle. I'll pass here toggle, and then pass in what that dark theme, dark theme. I'll pass in that dark theme. Let me just yeah, it's dark theme, a dark theme like that. Then I'll close with a semicolon like that. Now yeah, dark theme. And then so, and then now the other thing here, let me just now for toggle theme here I should have used now the for toggle theme I should have used this class. Sorry, I should have used this class. I should have used this class. So theme toggle. And then here now dark theme. And then here after this after this guys I'll now do what I'll now add in the toggle to display the sun and the moon icons, actually to switch the themes. So perhaps I can add in a comment, and then I can say, for example, toggle to the toggle the, let me say toggle the display of sun and moon, sun and the moon icons when switching the themes, when switching the themes. And then so here I'll say if then body dot class list, if body dot class list dot contains and then class list dot contains, and then so if it contains, for example, dark theme, not example, it's the dark theme, if it contains the dark theme, and then we'll do this operation. I will say sun icon dot moon sun icon dot this style, and this is just a JavaScript style, style dot display, display. I'll give it block. Remember, JavaScript can change the CSS styling. So display block. Then now not it should be block, not a body. You know, for me, sometimes when I teach and then I talk to type, when I teach and typing, and when I talk and type, sometimes I might get confused. So that's why I can write other things. Now here I'll say, now this one is for moon icon. Moon icon, then the display now here should be none. The display should be none. The display should be none. Else, now I say else. Else, and then I'll do this operation. So let me just copy. Now else I'll do the opposite. Else I'll do the opposite. So here should be none now. And then this one should be block. This one should be now block. Then now we need now to check the initial theme preference. So what I'll do, Now before I proceed, also here I should have done what I should have defined here a function, the toggle function. So I'll say is I just say add here a function to toggle the theme. So I forgot, so I'll say function, then in this function, what should I say? In this function I'll say function, I'll use toggle as a toggle at toggle, or theme toggle, right? Theme toggle, I'll use that theme toggle method, and then I'll open these two braces, and then so the dark theme should be here. The dark theme here should be here. I forgot. And this one should be here. First of all, let me remove extra spaces. Theme here, dark theme, and then now also the next thing, and then now this one should close everything. This one should close everything here. So this one should be here. This one should be here. Perhaps let me try to add in there. Yeah, let it be arranged in an organized manner. So so this we've defined now the function, then now we have the content inside that function. So guys, now we need to set now the initial theme preference. So I'll add in a comment, then I'll let me say check initial theme preference, and then here I'll say I'll use const, then I'll say is dark, perhaps is dark theme, then I'll assign it to the local storage. I'll assign it to the local storage, and then now what else? To the local storage dot get item, perhaps get item, then I'll pass here theme. I'll pass here theme, and then what else? So let me assign here to let me give it dark. Let me give it dark. And then so dark, and then so I'll say if is dark, let me inside the parentheses. So I'll say is dark theme, then this is what I'll do. If it's dark theme, then I'll do these functions. If it's dark theme, then this is what I'll do. I'll say body dot class class list, body dot class list, and then dot add add inside the parentheses. I'll say add that dark theme, then I close with a semicolon, dark theme, and then you have now to call that function for it to respond to work. So toggle theme toggle, it's theme toggle, and then you have to call the function. Remember, in JavaScript, once you've declared a function, you have to call it for it to work. And then now so now we need now to add in the functionality of that button, right? We need now to add in the functionality of the buttons. So this is what I'll do. I'll say let me add in a comment, perhaps. Then I'll say add click event and click event listener. Add the click event listener to the theme toggle, to the theme toggle, and then to the theme toggle, and then now, so here say theme toggle, and theme toggle dot add, theme toggle dot add what, event listener, dot add event listener, and then here say click, then I'll give it first of all an empty parenthesis tuple like that. Then let me assign here to, sorry, I'll pass here what this I'll pass here this inside these parentheses. This is what I'll do. I'll say I'll call what that toggle theme again. Is it toggle theme or a theme toggle? So it's toggle theme toggle. Theme toggle. First of all, let me confirm. Yeah, it's theme toggle. Yeah, theme toggle like that. Then let me close. And then what is now? I want to also to store the user preference in their local storage. So in that case, I'll say what? Let me add in the comment here. First of all, close with a semicolon. Then let me add in a comment. Then I'll say store the user preference. The user preference in the local storage. In the local storage. Then here I'll say if and then inside I'll say body dot class list dot contains dark theme. So it should be dark theme. If it contains dark theme, then this is what I'll do. Let me just say inside the parentheses I'll say what it says. So local storage dot set item into, remember we used theme, we passed them somewhere. Yeah, here it is. Now we have to call it. So set items, then we passed the parameter here, so we need now to pass it as an argument here. So I say theme, and also the second argument was we used dark, right? Yeah, it is dark. So we have to pass it here also for it to work. So I'll say dark, and then close. Else, no, that else should be just inside what? At the end of this semicolon, say else. Else, then I'll pass what? This one. Else it will be this way. Yeah, else now else theme will be light. Else theme will be light. So guys, you can see now let me try to refresh, and then you can see now it's not really working. Let me configure the CSS. Let me go to the CSS, and then I find the body here. So sorry guys, basically here this dark theme should be after the body, should just be after the body. So let me cut, and then body dot should just be immediately body dot what, body dot dark theme. Then let me try to refresh, and then now you can see it is working. You can switch between, we can toggle between the dark and the light mode. Yeah, so it is super fine. Now the next thing I want us to add in the carousel here, from Swiper.js. So I'll go to the Swiper.js. I'll go to the Swiper.js website. It is Swiper.
swiper.js, then swiper.js.com, then I click on the first link. I click on this link, and then I'll go to get started. And then now, so you can install, if you're using Node, you can use the Node package manager to install. Or for Python, you can as well use the pip to install. But now I want us to use now from CDN. I don't want to download this stuff. I want to use from CDN. So I'll get to the CDN, and then now if you want to use the CDN, you have to first of all import the links. So I'll copy the links for the CSS. Then at the base.html there at the top, I'll add it here, or whichever, provided it's at the head. So let me just place it there. Let me just place it there, and then also at the end, let me just make sure it is in line. And then now we need also to have our JavaScript, to import the JavaScript from this CDN. Then I'll paste it there. Now ensure that the JavaScript file is here at the top, not below, should be here at the top for it to work actually. And then the other thing now, we need now to import the layout. So this is the layout. So let me just copy this part for the HTML, the layout, and then now now I'll go to the base. Because this is now our home, I want to add it at the home page, so it is index.html. Now between these two tags, the blog content and at the end of the blog content, you can place there your code. So this is the layout, and then so this is the slider main container. Now the other thing that I want us to include now is now to the JavaScript to initialize. So for JavaScript, it is here to initialize. So let me just copy, and then let me paste it at the JavaScript. So let me create a comment here at the bottom, and then let me just call it swiper.js carousel. And then let me just paste the code there, and then first of all, let me check. We shall style it further, but now let me check it first if it's working. Yeah, guys, you can see it's working. It's working fine. Now the other thing that we can do, perhaps let me try to add in the, now when you go to the index, let me close now this base file. Now to the, you can see the main class is swiper. It is a swiper. So let me go to the CSS and try to add in there. Now here at the bottom, I can add in the comment, and then I'll say swiper, carousel or a swiper JS, and then so dot swiper. I can add in the width of the width here. I'll give it 80%, 80%, and then no, let me give it 100%. But now margin, I'll give it 3%. Let's check it out. Yeah, it's here. And then the other thing that I see it's not working here is the these are to initialize here. So what I do, let me just go to when you scroll down, there's this part for documentation. I want to animate it. So what I'll do, let me just go to the JavaScript part here at the bottom to initialize, and then so you can see there's this autoplay property. So what I do, let me just copy. Let me copy and then paste it at the JavaScript to initialize the. Now this is to initialize the animation, and then what is now at the index, what is not there. And then also the other thing that we can import perhaps is the space between property from. You can see there is a space between property here. Let me just copy, then add that property here at the JavaScript also. Here at the top, at the optional, where is it here? Swiper.js optional parameter here. I'll add in, I'll give it 100%. 100, and then what else is needed? Space between, and then which property should I include? Now we don't need this part. We don't need the vertical direction. I want it to animate to the right. So let me first of all check. Let me refresh. Then you can see it's here. It's working fine. Yeah, it's working fine. You can see it is animating. Now the other thing, now we can style now the slides. We can style now this part for the slides. Swiper slide. So let me get there, and then the CSS, and say dot swiper slide. Then I'll give it the height. Let me give it 500 pixel, then 500 pixel, and then first of all let me check. Yeah, 500 pixel is fine. 500 pixel is fine. And then so this property, I think we don't need it. This width property here, I don't need it, so let me just remove, and then I remain with margin. Yeah, you can see now it is displaying properly. And then now the next thing that we can include, I just want us to add in the background image. I want us to have the background images, then on top we shall have some text, some content. So in that case I'll add here, for example, let me say slide 1, another class slide 1, then here I'll add in another class slide 2, then here I'll add in another class called slide 3. By the way, we forgot to add in the favicon here at the top. I'll show you how to add it here. I hope I'll remember, because that concept is also understanding that also is very important. Now so let me remove this part, then so first of all let it be empty. We shall add in the content there later. Let it be like that, and then so for slide 1, let me just copy, then I go to the CSS, and then so it's swiper slide, not it's swiper, then I say dot slide 1. Now for me I already have some images. When you go to the, ensure that you go to the photography, and then I go to the static, then to the media, and then you can add in the images there. For example, for slide 1, it is, let me just use a slide 1, let me rename to slide 1. So I'll add in this property called a background. Remember, background is a shorthand. You can say background, then I'll use the URL, and then in this URL you have to begin with a /, then you define static folder, and then you define the media, because it's at the media, you say media folder, and then at the file name, which is slide 1 dot jpg slide 1 dot jpg, is it? Yeah, jpg, like that. So let's try again to refresh. Slide 1 dot jpg, it's not working. So what I do, there's an error here, you see. You can see there's an let me read this. The shorthand property for setting most background property. So what I do, let me try to use it inside inside the quotes and see if it will work. Yeah, it works. So ensure that it is inside the quotes. Ensure that the slide, the image attribute is inside the quotes like this for it to work. Now let me duplicate, and then so let me just duplicate 1, 2, and then so this one will be 2, 2, then this one will be 3. Then object fit property, I say no repeat property, and then also here no repeat, also here no repeat. Then also another property here called object fit. Object fit, I'll say cover, and then let me just change here too. Let me add in several. Now the images also I'll change here to 2. Then this one also will be 3. This one will be 3, and then so this one will be 3. This one will be 3, and then what I'll do, let me just try to refresh. And then perhaps the other property here should be background size. I'll give it cover. Let me add it to several so that the images may fit into that. So let me just place it there, and then let me try again to see. Yeah, you can see now the images are really nice. Now perhaps if I can remove this property, these are the property for object fit. Let me just delete them, and then let me try again. So you can see now the images are they are fine. Let me just use the linear gradient. Let me just say let me use a linear gradient. Then I'll use 3 colors here. So the first color can be, for example, VAR. The first color can be white. Let me say white. Let me use white. Not really white. Let me use these colors here. The colors that I defined here. These 2 colors. So I'll use these colors. And then here the bottom I'll just replace there. I will just replace here. And then now here I'll replace this part with also. Let me use now the second color, which is this. And I want to change here to RGB colors. So first of all, this should be removed. Now let me switch to RGB. Let me switch to RGB like that. No, RGB here colors. And then also here, let me also switch to RGB color. Now RGB color code is very nice. It is easier even to add in the opacity things. So let me give it an opacity of I'll give it a 0.8. 0.8 also here I'll give it 0.8. I'll give it 0.8. Let me remove this extra parenthesis. So and then let me just try to refresh, and then I'll see the display. No, it's not working. Let me try again to give it. Oh, here I should have separated with a comma like this. Then let me try again. Yeah, so it's working. You can see this file is working. Now the opacity, perhaps if I can reduce to, if I can reduce the opacity to, I can reduce the opacity to 5, let's say 6. Let me give it 6, 0.6, 0.6. And then let me try again. Zero 0.6, it is nice. Though I could use even black, I could try black also. Let me use black instead. No, this color should resemble, let me just use a single color code. Here, let me just use dark color. And then I can see it's not that bad. So what I'll do, let me just duplicate this part. Let me just copy this section for the URL, for the linear gradient. Then I'll add it to every other parameter. So I'll add it here. I will also add it here. And then I believe everything now is fine. Yeah, everything is working fine now. So what I'll do, let me try to, and before anything, let me try to remove some things here. Like you can see, we have some, these 3 dots. Let me remove them. And then, so I believe everything is working. Let me try to see. It should go to another slide after some minutes, some seconds. Yeah, it's working fine. Now, if I can reduce the, if I can reduce the margins to 2%, let me try to reduce the margin to 2. Let me reduce the margin to, I'll give it 32%. Yeah, margin 2%, that this one is really impressive. It is very stable now. So the margin of 2, it is fine. Now the next thing now I can do it, I can add in the, now here let me just give it even black. Let me just give it black color code, completely black. Here let me also give it black dark. And then now what I'll do also, let me add in the images. Let me add in the border radius, not images, sorry. So for this swiper slide, you can see there are 2 classes. So this swiper slide affects everything. So let me use it. In fact, let me just close this part, and then CSS, let it be here. CSS, let it be there. Then here at the bottom, I'll add in dot swiper slide. And then here in this swiper slide, I'll give it a border radius of 20 pixel, 10 pixel. Then let me refresh, and then I see, yeah, 20 pixels is fine. Now the next thing, now I want us to add in some text here. So that at least it may be, the opacity still, I think is, let me use try 7. Let me try 7, the opacity of 7. And this one, I think the text will be visible well. Yeah, this part is fine. This part is really fine. Now when you toggle between dark and black. I think I should also add in the margin, the you know the outline here and the border. So I'll also add in the border. Border, I'll give it 2 pixel or a 2 pixel solid. Then now which color VAR? I'll use secondary color. Let me check. Yeah, so let me switch to dark mode. Let me try to increase to 3 or even 5. Now this I guess this one should only be available on the light mode. So let me just remove this secondary color, and then let me use just white. But now this one should be available only in the dark mode theme. So the dark theme it's here. I'll copy, and then here I'll paste it here, and then let me refresh once again. So when you toggle, now let me remove that part again because it's not. Let me try to place it here on the start. Yeah, so as you can see, it's working when you toggle between the dark mode. So basically when you want to use the dark mode, I think now the dark theme should begin, then at the element or at the selector. So you can see now when I toggle, it is fine. Yeah, it's fine when I toggle between light and the dark mode. So for now for dark theme, for the normal theme also should be, I'll use for swiper slide. Actually for the normal the normal pattern should be, the background here should be, and let me use primary. So let me try again to change. Oh, sorry, basically I should have closed here so for it to work. Then let me try again. Yeah, you can see we have now that outline. So when you toggle between the light and the dark mode, you can see now the display is really interesting. Now also for this navigation on the light mode, on the dark mode, I think we should use a bit of black color when you switch to the dark mode. Like this, we should also have the different background, and also I reduce this black thing to be the primary color. I'll reduce it. I will reduce the color so that it may not be that dark. Then once again let me refresh, then I'll change here to dark mode. Yeah, so this part is fine. Then I'll want to change now the navigation navbar to a different color on the dark theme. So the navbar, navlinks, now dark theme dot navlinks. And then I here give it which color. Let me just use, here this one. I'll use black. Let me use black because here I just want to add in also another color called black. And then here I'll use 000, then I'll close with a semicolon. Then let's try again to check. Now when you toggle on the dark theme, you can see now that part is really fine. Though that background I think is not really nice. So perhaps I can use here another color. Let me just try to use let me just try to add in another color here, not really. So I'll say navbar. Then in this one I'll use a bit of a darker color, this dark blue color. Yeah, like that. Then let me try again. So I should have also changed it there to be the navbar to be navbar. Why is that part for navbar? So dark thing. Then I'll change here the background to navbar on the dark thing. So when I toggle on the dark thing, you can see now the color is changing. And this part is really nice. And then here I think I should also use now that color, the same color with the nav links for the outline here at the bottom. So let me just remove this part so that it may affect everything. Yeah, so when I toggle, I think now the colors are really fine. Now the other thing, now let me add in now the text here. Let me try to add in the text. Not really trying, but now let me add in the text here. So the first one should be now the head. Let me use a H2. The language mode here should be HTML. HTML. And then so I'll say H2. And then I'll say professional, perhaps I'll say professional photographers. The first item. Then I'll add in the description with the p tag lorem 10 to generate 10 words. And then I also add in the button. So I'll say here get a quote. And get a quote, or let me just say here I'll say learn more. Let me use learn more. Learn more button, and then here I can add in perhaps the arrows, or let me try angle brackets. So learn more, and then so let me just use learn more like that, and then so let me first of all see the display there. Yeah, I can see it is there, but now I want us to align the items there at the center. So it is a swiper slide, then align items to be at the center. Let me check. Text, no, it should be text align. Text align should be now at the center. Yeah, text align should be at the center like that. And then now we need now to set the image, the size of the H2, the color. Of course, the color also, the color. So color, I just want to use white. No, it's not working. So I forgot I should have used this VAR. Then the color white. Yeah, this part is fine. Then I can increase the size, so it is H2. Then I'll increase the size. I'll say font size. Font size, I'll give it, for example, that I'll give it even that pixel. And then for H2, for paragraph now, and of course I can add in the padding. Now I'll use I think I'll use the paragraph to add in the padding to affect both. So I'll say padding. I'll give it 30 pixel. Let me check. And 30 pixel, and then what else should I do? Should I use here? Perhaps if I can add in them in a class, in a div. So let me just add them in a div so that I think we can align. We can use one property to align items at the center. So I'll say div. Let me enclose them inside the div. Each element there. Also for paragraph, let me also add in there. Also for button, let me add it there. And then now the start tag. Like that. Then I'll use this property align items at the center. I'll use align items center. Then once again, let me try to refresh. No, this property is not working. I'll use perhaps. Let me just try to use the padding bottom, padding top. So for H1, I'll say padding top. I'll give it 40 pixel, perhaps. And then now here, I'll give it. Let me increase some text, generate some more text here. Let me use it this way. Perhaps let me try to increase also some text. Not here. No, these are too much. Let me see first of all the display this way. Yeah, so and then I can add in the padding. I'll add in the padding. A margin. Let me use margin instead. Let me add in margin. Margin, I'll give it 60 pixel. This is the display on the larger screens. Of course, we shall also style the display on the smaller screen. So you can see it is margin. I'll give it. Let me use percent. Let me use at 2% or at 4%. Yeah, 4% is fine. Now let me duplicate this part and then I'll add it on all pages. On all section, not pages actually. So let me just copy this part of the div for slide 1. Let me copy. And then I'll also add it where let me copy everything. Let me just copy everything. Before the closing tag here, let me just copy this part not to here. Let me copy it to there. Then also let me paste it there. Again, let me paste it here. And then let me check. Yeah, you can see now all pages they have the similar elements. So we can I'll change the colors and everything. Also the padding for actually the buttons. So for buttons, I want them to have the similar styling. So I'll go to the CSS. All the buttons that I'll be using, I want them to have the similar styling. So button, I'll use button. And then I'll say padding. I'll give it 10 pixel. the 10 pixel, that is let me use a 5 pixel top and bottom, 5 pixel. Then a left and right, I'll use a 10 pixel. Let me use a 10 pixel. And then so the background color I'll use BAR. Then I'll use primary I'll use let me use a navbar. And then a color I'll use white, VAR white. Let me check. Yeah, so you can see it is fine. Now let me add in the border radius. So border, first of all, I can remove the border. So border none, perhaps let me try none. Yeah, border none, and then I'll increase now I'll add in the border radius. I'll give it 5 pixel. So here I give it 10, then here I'll give it 15. Yeah, 15, this is fine. And then the other thing that I can add here is the color, the background color. I can give it, so for background color, let me give it this a secondary color. And then the text color, I'll use black instead. The text color, I'll give it black. And then yeah, this part is fine. Then I'll add in now when you hover on it. So button, then when you hover. So for this button, when you hover, I want us to change the colors and everything. So the color, I'll give it the background. First of all, let me remove this part, these extra fields. And then now the padding should remain the same. So what I'm changing is just the background. So background here, I'll give it black. And then so let me try to check it out and see the display now. Now when I hover, the color now should be white. Color should be white, VAR. White. Yeah, when I have this one is nice. Then I can add in the transitions. Transition, I'll give it all 0.3 seconds or 0.2 seconds is in. And then what else? And then for that paragraph, I can increase the font size. For the paragraphs, font size, I'll give it large. And then now the font weight, I'll give it lighter. No more lighter. Let me just use lighter. Then let me just check. Yeah, this is fine. And then for photography, I can increase the size further. So let me give it 40. And then the color, I'll give it color is VAR. Then I'll give it, let me use this as secondary color. And then let me check. So let me just use white. Use white. Then let me check. Yeah, this is fine, though I can increase now the text. Let me specify, for example, 25 pixel. And then at the font family, I can change. Let me get to let me go to font awesome. Basically the fonts.google.com, and then I'll select a different font. I select a different font. Let me first of all remove all, and then let me select a different font here. I just want to use the normal fonts, like even this one. Let me just select that one, and then I'll download. Select everything. Let me select everything, and then now let me import also. Let me copy, then at the CSS now there at the top, I'll also import it, and then now the family, let me copy. For paragraph, let me just use this font family, and then let me check. Yeah, so this is really impressive. This is nice. I think now here, the initial one I can use white when you hover, so that when you hover, that's when it gets to black. Now that's the button. Button, where is the button? Button, here it is. So the initial one, the color, background color, I'll use white. Background, I'll use let me use a background, then text color, font color, I think it should be white. Let me check. Yeah, and then when you hover, should be now the secondary. Yeah, so I believe this section is done. Let me change the mode, switch the mode. When I switch the mode, I think the navigation should just remain the way it was. So what I'll do, let me just give it for navigation. I think I should remove this part for, where was it? The nav, the dark theme here. Let me just remove, so that it can just remain the same even if when you switch the mode. So this is fine. I guess this part is complete. Now we can go to the next thing. So now I want us to add in another section here for the latest portraits and the landscapes. So what I'm gonna do, first of all, I think this blue color, it's not pleasing for me. So what I'll do, let me just change here to another color. So let me get to the photography, then to the static, and then to the CSS, and then so what I'll do, the background. The background, I'll give it, actually for the navigation bar, I'll give it the nav links. So the backgrounds here at the top, perhaps let me just change everything here. So here, let me just, for primary color, I'll use green. I think green is better for me, dark green. And then at the other one, I'll use yellow. Let me just use yellow, orange, that color. I think this one is nice. Now let me use those colors. Now for navbar, oh, there's also this one for navbar. Let me use also dark green for navbar, and then let me check for navbar. So it's not responding yet. So what I do, let me just try to rerun the server. Alternatively, I'll try to change the I will try to change the file name of that CSS. So let me just run again, then let me refresh. Still, so what I'll do, let me just change the name of the file. Sometimes I don't know why my computer usually fail to. Let me just rename it to styles. Styles. Is it styles? Yeah.
styles.css, and then in that case I also have to change here the from the template, the base template, so it should be now styles, and then let's check if it will respond or not. Yeah, you can see now it has responded. Now so I think that this color is nice for me, but now I want us to change now when you have this border for this image, when you it should be yellowish. I think yellowish, it will be much better. So what I'll do, let me just get to to that image, to that swiper, and then the swiper, and then that image. So swipe and then img, or at the container where I had styled border radius, and then so primarily now I should have used here secondary color. Let me use secondary, and this color I think also it's not that good. I'll use let me try to use orange color, that is FFA500. FFA500. Let me just check, and then yeah, this is nice. And then we can add in we can change, for example, the display when it is in darker mode. So here the header should be now completely dark. So in that case, let me now undo the comment that I had added earlier. So what I do, let me just undo the comment here, and then now the navbar here I'll use black when it is in dark mode, completely dark. And then now so here this color for the dark mode, let me at least try to give it a lighter color, and then let me just check. Yeah, now when you switch to dark mode, I think you can see now it is completely dark. Yeah, and then or I could use these borders to be blue. I think it will make sense. It will blend well with the content. So I think let me just use a blue. Let me choose text color, and then let me just check here for navbar primary color. Let me add in also for that border, or let me just add in another color for blue. Then in this blue I'll use blue color. And then let's check, is it really blue or cyan? Let's use cyan instead. Cyan really. Let's check first of all. Now here I should also change here in the CSS in that part for the navbar, that image. So I'll use and that image I'll use what? I'll use cyan, and that's swiper slide. I'll use cyan. Yeah, blue. Let me use blue. I think it's blue. Blue. Yeah, it's blue. And then let me check now. Yeah, cyan is, or alternative, let me just use green. I don't know. I don't think. Let me just use green because this one doesn't blend well. Let me use primary color everywhere. Yeah, let me just use a primary color everywhere, so that when it is in dark mode it is still and like that. Now the other thing I want us now to add in another section here at the bottom for the latest portrait, latest landscapes. So what I'll do, let me just add in a section at the index here at the bottom. I'll add in the space, for example, then let me add in the comment. Now let me switch here to standard HTML. let me add in a comment, then let's say latest landscape. Remember, this is a photography website. Landscape, yeah, landscape. Then so I'll use a section dot latest landscape, landscape. Yeah, let me just use latest landscape as the class. And then the first thing that I want us to use here, the first item should be now the title. So I say dot title. I'll use h1 h2 dot title, h2 dot title, and then it will be, yeah, the title, that's the class. And then the other thing, let me add in the container. So I'll say port landscape dot landscape container, and then I'll use here now dot card. I'll use card here. So in this card, I'll add in the image img, and then I also I'll add in the description, some small description. I think I'll use the h4. Alright, let me just use a paragraph, normal paragraph, and then I say description, yeah, description like that. So let me say description here. So in this image, for example, if it's landscape, I'll use now we use the Django way to add in the image. And then here you define now it is an image, so I'll use static, and then inside the quotes I'll say the folder was media, and then a /. Then I have some images already with in the static. In the static, I have a folder for images, and then I've added a lot of images for graduation, landscape, portraits, weddings, and many other images. So in this scenario, I'll use the landscape. So I'll say landscape one here. I'll use landscape one dot, they are both JPG files. Landscape, all they are JPG files, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. So I'll say one dot JPG, and then so yeah, so let me just duplicate and at least add in at least four of them. 2 3 here, 4. Now we'll also add in another section for gallery where we shall display everything, but now this one I want it to be like the latest works. So here I'll change here from 1 to 2, and then here from 2, this one will be 3, this should be 4. Now let's check. Now you can see it is there, though the images are not displaying, the images are not working. So what I'll do, let me just it should be, what could be the problem here? Oh, it is landscape. Remember, you have to use the exact name. In fact, let me just copy. Let me just rename. Let me just use the exact name. You have to use the exact name for it to work. If you define a name wrongly, then it won't work. Yeah, like that. Then let's try again and see. Yeah, now you can see we have those images here. So we want to style it further. We want to style them further. So and then here the first one. First of all, the title. Let's begin with the title. So it's H2. Then title. First of all, let me see. No, this H2 should just be an independent item here at the top. This H2. Let me just add it here. Then I say latest. Explore. Let me just say explore. Let me say explore. Explore. Or let me use in small. Let me say latest. Our latest landscape. Our latest landscapes. Let me check. Should be there. Yeah, our latest landscape, it is there. Now I want us to style it further so that we may add in some styling and also something at the bottom, so that for content, you know, the initial contents. So in that case, what I'll do, let me just get to the CSS, and we shall begin with now the title. So let me first of all remove this that file for base. Then here at the bottom, I'll create a comment. Then let me say latest landscape styling. Latest landscape styling. First of all, let me begin with the title. So let me just say title. So let me begin with the class. The main class. And then so this one was title. Now dot title for that. So dot title. So for this title, I'll align the text at the center. So I'll say text align center. Font size I'll give it 40 pixel. And then now font weight, let me give it 600. Font weight will be 600. And then margin bottom, margin bottom, I'll give it for margin bottom, this one I'll give it let me give it 20 or something like let me give it a 20 pixel, 20 or a 60 pixel, 60 pixel. And then the other thing that I can give here is the position. Now position, let me use a relative because I want us to add in the, let me give it relative. I want us to add in some content behind it. Let me just first of all check. Yeah, you can see it is nice. Also, I'll add in the margin top to add in some extra spaces there at the top. So let me just add in margin top. Margin top. Yeah, this one is nice. And this one is nice. So I want us to add in some content here at the bottom to add in some small description about the photos. So in that case, I want us to use the content before and after. So I'll say, and the first one should be dot title. This one, let me just select, copy this part. So this one will be before like this. Let's use it before. And now for before, the content I want to give it an empty string. And then the other property that I want us to use here is the position. Position, will give it absolute. And then so width I'll give it the width I'll give it The width, let me give it what? Let me give it so for width, I can give it for example, let me give it 200 pixel. In fact, 200 pixel, and then 200 pixel, and then the other thing that we can give it here is the so the width I've given it 300 pixel. Yeah, 200 pixel, and then the other thing that I can give it here is the height. I want to add in something like a line, so let me just give it something like a 3 pixel. We shall check. And then now the other thing that we can give here is the other thing that I can add in here is the background. So for background color, I'll use what VAR, and then I'll use here green. Let me use navbar here. Let me use this green, and then now the bottom property I'll give it 0, and then the left property I'll give it 50%, so that it may be at the center. And then a transform I'll use translate should be translate x, and then this one I'll give it negative 50%. Now let me now use when it's after the content after. This was before, then let me now add in the after. Now for after, so this was before, so after, for after the content, I'll say, for example, our works, let me just say our landscape outstanding, or let me just say so the title was explore our, let me just check. So the title is explore our latest landscape. So so the title I can use, for example, let me just use, for example, explore. Let me say explore landscapes, and then now the position here should be, can I use still absolute or a relative? Let me just use a relative, and then the background here. Now the background should match with the background here. So I think for the background, the board one, I used the background color variable. Let me just use this one, so that it may be white. And then now the bottom property, now this time I'll give it something like let me say even 12 pixel, negative 12 pixel. And then so margin left here, I'll give it 50% still. And then the other property, the font size, let it remain. So I'll add in the font size here. Let me just add in the font size. I'll use, for example, 20 pixel. Transform, translate X. Let me now check first of all the display. It's not working the way I wanted it to be. So what I'll do, let me just check or not to append. So position here should be and then the color, I think the color I should have used color. So color, I'll use VAR, then I'll use that navbar. And then the other thing that we can reduce here, we can remove here. So this property, let me just remove, because we don't now need the height and the width property. So this height, let me remove. And then the other thing that we don't need here is the bottom. So initially it was bottom was 0. Then at the font size, let me add in some padding. So padding here, I'll give it, for instance, let me give it 5 pixels. And then what else should I add here? The now I don't need also the width property. I don't need the width property. And then so it's just bottom left, font size, and then a padding transform. Let me now check once again. I'm refresh, and then I'll see the display there. So guys, you can see now the display is it's not that good. I think we can we can increase the margin here. We can add in the margin. So what I do here, these are before. Now the width, let me give it even 400 or even 500. So you can see we have some spaces here at the bottom, but we need also to add in the spaces on this line here. So what I do on these icons on this tab, so that it may at least be at the bottom. So in that case, I'll use the bottom property. Now for bottom property, I'll try to increase to, let's say, 20. Then let me see. 20 is not. No, it should be now. Let me try negative 30 pixel. Now remember the bottom property. It shouldn't have the units. So also for this line, I think I should also add in the bottom property to be the same. Let me try bottom here to be also negative 30 pixel, and then let me try to see. Negative 30 is fine, but now this landscape, I should give it something like let me increase this one to be like 40, or let me reduce this one to be 20. Let me give it to 20. Let me give it to 20. Yeah, 20 is fine. Or let me use let me use 18. Let me use 18 so that it may be at the center. Yeah, this is fine. And then at the width I can give it 300. Here, let me just give it 300. It may not overstretch like that. Yeah, so 300 is good. So this section is nice. Explore landscape. So the other thing that I want us to have here is these are container for the cards. So for cards now, I'll have to I have to style. So the container is let me get to here. So landscape container. So let me just copy this class, and then for card it is card. So first of all, let me just let me use this one. And then now so the display here should be flex. Display should be flex, display flex. And then now the flex direction, of course, by default it is raw. Then I'll add in justify content space between. So when you use the space between property, it will calculate the width of the images so that it may stretch in the entire container, so that it may stretch at 100%, but equal divisions when you use the justify content property. Then so flex wrap. A flex wrap property, I'll give it wrap, so that when the contents do not fit that container or that width, then others will go to the next item. Then also yeah, this one is fine at the moment. Now let's go to the card. So dot card. now dot card. So for this card, the height, because these are landscape, so the height I can give it, let me give it the height to be 300 pixel. Then the width should be something like a 500, because this one is a landscape pixel. Let's check. Yeah, you can see now the images how they are. Also we need to, I need to adjust also the images so that they may fit in better. So what I'll do, let me just do this, and then I'll add in now for the img part dot img. Now for the image, I'll give it a height of 250, and then the width should be 450. Let me check. Yeah, you can see, though I think I should also, and then we can add in the margin for this entire container. So let's add in the margin. I'll give it 4%. Then here I think we can increase the width. So here let me give it 400 by 600, 400 by 600, and then here I'll give it 300 by 500. Then let me check. So guys, you can see now the content here, but now I don't know why this other end is overstretching. Let me try to check if I use the correct class here for everything. So card, yeah, card. So yeah, the class name are really good. But now I think at this property is where, let me just remove this property here. And then now for card, here, this is where I can add in the, so let me check first of all. It's fine. Now I can add in the image for the entire thing, for the main, so the main class is the landscape. Let me just copy the main class name, then I'll add in the image, that margin property here. So I'll say margin, I'll give it 3%. I'll say 3%. 3%. What is the percent? Yeah, 3%. Let me check. Yeah, 3%, though it's not working yet. Fine, it's not working fine. Now also the other thing that I can include here is the, so basically the width here I gave it 5,000. So this is the reason I was wondering what the problem. So it should be 500, not 5,000. Yeah, like this. Yeah, 500 is better now. And then now I'll align the items to be at the center. So card, then align items, these items should be at center. So not here, should be at the card. So align items, items to be center. Is it align items or a text align? Let me just check. Align items to be, should be text align, not align items, should be text align. Text align to be centered. Yeah, text align to be centered. Yeah, this is nice. Then now we can add in the background. We can add in the background color for the card. So background color I'll use green. I'll use green. These are for nav bar. I'll use the nav bar. And then I can add in the border radius. Border radius, I'll give it 20 pixel. Also, let me use the same property here for the images, for the image. And then now for image, I should also use this property object fit. Object fit, let me use cover so that it may fit in well. So like you can see some images like this one, it is distorted, but now when you use the object fit, it will try to frame it well, so you can see now how it looks like. It is fine. Then now we can add in the padding in the images. Now the padding for these are container for the card. So padding I can give it 15 pixel. Yeah, 15 pixel. Then a margin also. Margin, I should also add in the margin property here. Margin, I'll give it margin, let me give it 20 pixel. Margin, let me try to give it 650. 650. Also here where now for width, for height, let it be the way it is. Let me try again. Alright, let me reduce the padding. The image size in here, I'll give it here let me use 450. 450. The essence here, or the thing here, I just want to reduce. Also, let me reduce now the overall sizing of the container. So let me give it something like of the card. Actually, for the card, let me give it even so this one, let me give it 500, and then here I'll give it 350. I'll give it 400. Let me give it 400. Yeah, let me give it 400, not 4000. Then let me check. Let me refresh. Here you can see now it is fitting very well inside this container. Though I think it is too much. What I can do, let me try to increase further to the width. And the width for the images, let me give it so it is, let me check first of all. Well, so I think I should have given it the width to be something like a 550. Yeah, 550 is not bad. So this is the latest. And then now the description, I should use now the white text. So here I'll say the color property, color, I'll use var white. Yeah, so and then the font size I'll increase. I'll give it something like even 20 pixel. Yeah, so this part I think is really fine. And then perhaps I can increase even to 600 there. Alright, let me give it 600 and see if it will fit in. 600 for the card. I don't want to leave extra many spaces here. Yeah, so 600 is fine. Yeah, 600 is fine. Then in fact I can also increase the height, the width of the images. So let me just, for images, let me give it 500. Let me give it 500. Then let me refresh and see the images. So this is fine. So this is our latest landscapes. So the other thing that I want us to include is now the portraits. So for portraits, let me go to the index.html, and then here at the end of this section I'll add in the comment. Then let me say what? Let me say portrait. Let me use a portraits. So for portraits, latest, let me use latest portraits. So the class will be portraits. Let me see how. Oh, so it should be latest. The other time I used latest portraits. Yeah, latest portraits. No, sorry. Should be first of all section. Sorry, section dot latest portraits. Section dot latest portraits. Then I'll say. So the other thing was what? So this should be portrait container. So it should be dot portrait container, portrait container, and then before portrait container should be now the title. Now for title I'll add it here, and then now in this portrait container I'll again use card2. So this one I'll use card2. I'll use card2. Then in this card2 I'll add in the image, and then I'll also add in the description. I'll add in the p tag with the description. So in fact, let me just copy. Then let me just paste it here. And then now, so what I'll do, because I want the titles to have the same styling. So what I'll do, let me just also copy this part for portraits, latest portraits. Then I'll add in as a class name there. Here the CSS, because I don't want to repeat these tabs. So what I'll do here, I'll add it here dot portraits, and then dot title. Now you separate with a comma, separate items with a comma. And then now here I'll again use dot latest portraits, and then these are property also. Now you separate with a comma, and then lastly here at the bottom, because now the content will be different, so I'll just duplicate this part. Then now the content I'll change here to, so first of all the class portraits, and then here now should be our latest portraits. So now the content should be now explore portraits. Explore portraits, here portraits, and then let's check now the content there. So this is explore. Now so basically the title should be now explore landscapes. Our latest portraits should be now our latest portraits. Here the content, so our latest portraits. Then let me just check, refresh. So yeah, our latest portraits. So guys, I've just realized that on the dark mode the display is not good. Here before we even style these other images and all that, I need to configure this section on a dark mode so that it can blend with the background. You can see now it's not that pleasing. We will need to change the background so that it may blend with the background and also the colors here. So in that case, let me just go to that part for the for the title part. Then before and after, let me find where there's a before and after. So let me just add in a comment, and then let me say title before and after, and then so I'll say ends. The other one, let me just duplicate. Then at the other one, I'll say ends. So in this case, so the first thing I'll use this before and this part. So this is the after, and then the other one is this one is I should also use the before. But let me copy everything. Let me just copy everything so that it may affect everything. Let me add it here inside the comments. Then I'll open and close the braces, and then so the background. So first of all, let me just also copy the other one. So this is before. So this is before, and then this is after. Where is it? This is this is the title is fine. Now before and then after. Let me just confirm, is it before? Yeah, before. So let me just copy now the after. Now for after, I think it is each element is, so let me just copy, for example, this part 4. So it will have the similar styling on the dark theme. Also, let me copy this is the latest portrait. So let me also copy the landscape after. So landscape also for after. Then I'll open and close the braces. But now here I have to begin with the dark theme. Dot dark theme like this, and also here dot dark theme, and then also here at the top should be dot dark theme, and then also here should be now dot dark theme, dot dark theme, and then so what I'll change now is the background color. So the background color, and then the other one, let me also paste here because I want them to have the similar colors. And then so the color now, the color property here, I'll use white. So the color, not white. So background should blend with the background. So for background, I'll use the text color. Let me also copy. Then I'll replace here. Then now for navbar here I'll use now the color here I'll use yellow. Secondary color. So let me copy also this part. Then let me replace here, and then let me just check. Let me refresh, and then I'll check now the display on the dark theme. So you can see though the part for the arrows is not working. So let me just confirm and see where the problem is. So let me just copy everything here, and then let me paste. Now what I'll change is just before and after. So this will be, it will be before. This will be before. Then let me refresh and see if it will have any effect. And then let me go to the dark theme. So let me just say back. ground color. Then let me refresh and see if it will work. Yeah, it's working now. Yeah, it's working. So this part is really nice. It's working very well. So now we can go to the other section for the portraits and add in the images. So let me get to the HTML. Then this section, this card, let me add in some space for our work to be neat. So here the image I'll use, so this is the portrait, so I'll use the Django to add in the tag, so it is 2%. Then you load static, you define static, then 2 quotes, and then here you can add in there on the file, it is media folder, media, then at the /, and then here the image is portrait. For example, portrait 1 dot they are both jpg, so portrait.jpg, and then so let me say portrait description, traits description, let me use a small d here, and then so let me just duplicate, add several, 1 2 4. I think that they are good. Let me refresh and see if it will display or not. So yeah, it's working, and so we can style them before and after. I want to find where there is this part for landscape. Here it is. So let me just copy this landscape part. Landscape. Then so let me add in the comment. Then let me say a landscape. Is it landscape or landscape styling? Then the other one here, I'll use portrait styling. Yeah, so here I'll just change the classes from landscape to portrait. Ctrl+D to multi-select. Then I'll use a portrait. Then here what I'll do, I'll change some things. So here the justify content property, I'll use sender, not space between, I'll use a sender. And then margin should be just 3. Then now the height, so the height here should be big, large, longer than the width. So the height I can give it even 600. And then the width I can give it even 300 or even 200. Let me give it 300. 300. Then this one, let me give it 650 perhaps. And then the image, so here I'll give it 550, height 550. Then the width I'll give it to 50. I'll give it to 50. Then what else? Let me check. Yeah, so these are the latest portrait, though it's not responding. So I guess the class name is not fine. So what I do, let me just copy the exact class name for it to have the effect. So of course I should also change it should be card2, not. So that part for card, I'll change here to card2. I'll press to dot card2. Then let me change, refresh and see. Yeah, though it's not working. Let me just confirm, be sure that I've selected the exact name for portrait. Oh, I used portraits, not portrait. Portraits. So you have to begin with the class names because I don't So let me try again. Wow, it's not working still. So let me just do it. So latest portraits, or the class, let me use let me copy the exact class name like this, then I'll use it here. And then for portraits container, I'll change here to, so the container is portrait, not portraits. Let me also copy this part. Then I go to the CSS and I'll be sure that I've copied the exact name. I'm using the exact name. You have to be keen, guys. Don't be like me. Don't be like me. Then let's try again the one. Yeah, let's try this. Yeah, you can see now it is. It's kind of nice, though. It's kind of nice. And then what I do, let me try at least to increase the width. Let me increase the width of the container. So here I'll give it 300. I'll give it 300. Then at this other end I'll give it also, let me give it 350. I'll give it 350. In fact, I can increase also. Let me try to increase. Let me give it 400. Let me give it 400. And then at the other for images, I'll give it 350. Yeah, this is really nice. Now for images, I think I should use 8. I can use 8. Let me try to use 8. Sort the HTML part. Let me try to use, for instance, 6, not 8, 6. So these are 4. I can increase from 4 to 6. So I'll just add in 1, 2. And then now, so the image part I'll change here from 1 to 2 to 2. And then here it will be 3. Then here 4. And then here should be 5. Then here 6, so that it may not leave extra space. You can see here at the bottom, the images, it's blank, so let it be 6 so that at least it can be, that professional. So you can see now, it is really awesome, this part for the portraits, our latest portrait. So this section is done, I guess. Let me check on the dark side. On the dark side is also fine. Everything is fine on the dark side, on the dark mode. So now the last section, not really the last, the third last section that we want to include in the homepage is the call to action. But before I get there, let me add in here a different color like a yellow. So because a green is more, popular here. So let me use a different color for the navbar. The CSS, and then let me search where there's navbar and give it a different color. So the color for the nav links, not nav links that image, but for swiper. So what I'll do, let me try to change the name of the CSS. Sometimes when you change the name, it works. So let me give it a different name like a main. Then for the index, I'll have to change also the CSS here at the top to be main. Main.css. And then let me refresh and see if it will really work or not.
Still it's not working. I guess the name is not correct. So the name here should be main. Yeah, this is really nice. You can see the display in both the light and the dark mode. It is fine. Now the last thing that I want to include here, not the last thing, but another section that I want to include is the call to action. So I'll get the HTML. To the HTML, then here at the bottom, I'll add in here another section. First of all, let me create a comment, then I'll say call to action. So section dot call to action. Call to action, then call container. And then call card 1. Call card 1. And then I'll duplicate, then I'll say call card 2. So for card 1, I'll use the image tag, and then for card 2 I'll use 3 elements. The first one will be the h2, then the second item will be the it will be the paragraph tag, and then the last part there, it will be the button. So this title here, I'll copy this title part because I want us to use the same style in the same properties that I used to style other sections. So let me just paste it here. And then here I'll say get to know as. Now because we want to have the same styling, I'll copy this class name call to action. And then at the CSS there, at the content part, I'll duplicate this section. So this is call to action section. Before, then also let me duplicate this part. And then here I'll use call to action instead. And then lastly, so this section is for dark theme. Let me also modify the part for the light theme. So let me duplicate this section again, and I'll give it call to action. Also this part, I'll give it call to action. Then at this section, I'll duplicate again. And then here I'll use call to action instead. Yeah, get to know us. Then the title, the description can be. So the description here can be about us. And then I can add in now the image. This card 1, the Django way, static, then 2 quotes, then a static folder, and not really media folder, then a /, then the image that I'll use is the call.jpg. And then this part for the h2, I'll say our outstanding services, then a some paragraph here. So I'll use lorem 40 to generate 40 words. And then for button, I say get a quote. For button it will be get a quote. And then let me get to the CSS, and then here at the bottom I say call styling, call to action. Call to action styling, then the first element, the main container here, I'll use call to action. This is the main container, call to action. So margin, I'll give it 3%. 3%. Then the second thing is the call to action. Call container. So display will be flex. Display will be flex. Justify content will be space between, and then now the background or the border. Let me use border first of all. The border radius, I'll give it 20 pixel. Then a padding, I'll give it a 20 pixel as well, 20 pixel. And then and I guess up to this point everything is fine. So the next thing now is the card, that part for the card. So it's card 1 and card 2. So this is card 1 and 2. This is card 1 and card 2, and then so I'll give it a height. I'll give it the flex basis. I'll give it 20%, and then the rest it will take everything. So the other one, let me say flex basis. Flex basis, I'll give it 80. Now the second one will be 80%. So the second one it will be 80%. Let me check first of all the display before I go further. Yeah, this part is amazing. Though the background part wasn't working. Oh, let me add in the background color. So background color, I'll use VAR, and then navbar. And then at this section, the color, I'll give it color property, I'll give it white color. I'll get VAR white. Not background, should be white. And then the border radius for the image, I'll give it 50% so that it can be spherical, it can be a rounded circle. So IMG, then the size. So height is fine. I'll give it border radius. I'll give it 50%. 50%. Let me check. Yeah, 50% is fine. And then for the description, for the text, I can increase the number of text. This is fine, and then I can add in now the padding for that paragraph part. I'll add in the padding, and also I'll increase the font size for the text. Card 2 now the title, that is p tag, the paragraph, that is p tag. I'll give it a padding or a margin. Let me use margin. Margin, I'll give it 20 pixel. 20 pixel. Then these align items, the second card align items should be centered, text align. At the card 2, text align should be centered. It should be centered. Let me check. The text align should be centered. This is fine. And then that part for the image, I'll give it a border. For the image, I'll give it a border. Give it border property var, and then secondary color. Border, so it will be 3 pixel or 5 pixel solid, and then the color will be yellowish. Let me check. Let me try to add in something like the padding, something like a background to this text so that it cannot be this way. Let me use something like a black color. For card 2, I'll add in the background. Background color, I'll use var, and then this color for text color here, I'll use it, and then border radius, I'll give it 20%, still 20%. Uh, 20%, and no, it's 20 pixel, not 20%, 20 pixel. And then let me add in some padding to it. Padding. I'll give it 10 pixel. Yeah, padding is 20 pixel. And then for the title, for this text title, I'll give it a color of yellow color. So card 2, then the H2. So the color will be var, then yellow, and then the font size, let me give it 30 pixel. And 30 pixel is the call to action. Now this part for card 2, I think for border radius, I'll give it 20 pixel, that is top and bottom. Then 0 will be left and right. So let me check. Let me increase to 40. Then the border property, I'll give it 4 pixel. Yeah, so this section for call to action is done. So at the end, I'll make some functionality on this button so that when you click on it, it takes you to the get a quote page and you can book it there. Now for the dark mode, let me check on the dark mode. So for dark mode, is it? Yeah, for dark mode is responding also well. Now lastly, on this home page, I want us to include the footer, and for the footer we shall use the base because I want it to affect all pages. So at the base, here at the bottom, I'll add in a section for footer. So I'll use footer. Let me change here the language mode to standard HTML. Then I'll use now footer here. Then in this footer, I'll add in the container here for footer container. Footer container. And then in this footer, I'll use footer card. Dot footer card, and then I want us to have 4 columns, so I'll use 4 cards. 1, 2, yeah, 4 cards. 4 cards are fine. Yeah, 4 cards are fine. Now in the first card, I'll add in the title. For example, I'll use Lego. Let me use H2. Let me use H3 instead. Let me use H3. The first one will be Lego. This way I will add in the corporate stuff, Lego. And then I'll use now the UL. And then the LI. And then in the LI, I'll add in the anchor tag for links. So I'll just give it hash. So the first one will be privacy policy. And then the second one will be cookies policy. Cookies policy. The third one will be refund policy, because we'll refund policy. And then the last one is terms of use, terms of service, terms and conditions. Terms and conditions. And then in the second one, so let me just copy this section for now. In this second one, I'll use quick links. And in the quick links, I'll use home, livestream, and then I'll use about us, then contact us, and then so this other section, what can it be? Let me copy. This one I'll use our partners. So here I'll add in partner 1, or let me say Brandlands Media. The second one I'll use SKN. Then the other one I'll use Shama. And then lastly here I'll use our partners. The last one I'll use, for example, let me just say Royal Media. And then the third thing will be for social links. So this section will be for social. Connect with us. I'll say connect with us. connect with us. Then this section I'll use the icons. So from fontawesome.com. Then I'll search for Facebook. And use this one. So this is for Facebook. Yeah, so instead of anchor tag, it is anchor tag, but now I'll use also inside the anchor tag, I'll use the icon. So the second one will be Instagram. Yeah, Instagram. The second one will be Instagram. Let me copy this second icon. The third one will be LinkedIn. It will be LinkedIn. Let me copy this one for LinkedIn. And then the last one will be for Twitter. Nowadays it is called X. I think I should use X. Let me search for Twitter. Now, first of all, let's see the display in the browser. Yeah, so you can see we have this section here. Now what I'll do, let me just try to add in the background and also change the display. So the container here is the footer. Let me close this other section. Footer styling. Footer styling. So the first one was footer. The background. I'll give it background color. I'll give it VR black. I want to use black. Black, and then color. I'll use white. VR white. VR. Then I'll use white. VR white. Then the second one, it will be the footer card. Container, footer container. So for footer container, I said the display will be flex, justify content, space between. I'll use sender instead. Let me use sender. Then padding. Now first of all, let me see the display before I continue. Yeah, so you can see now the display is changed, and we can add in now the padding. So let me add in the padding for this part. So padding, I'll give it 20 pixels. I'll give it 30 pixels. Padding bottom. Padding top. Let me use padding top. I'll give it 50. Then a bottom, it will be 50 also. So this is top and bottom. So left and right, let me give it to 0, and then let me check. So it should be now padding. Let me just use padding general. And then for this part, I should use now space between instead of sender. Space between. Space between. And then for padding, margin I'll give it. For margin, I'll give it 2%, 3% also. Let me use 3%. No, it should be 3%. Yeah, 3% is fine. It should be margin left and right. Margin left. So margin for top and bottom, let me give it 0%. Then for left and right, I'll give it 3%. Yeah, this part is fine. And then let me increase to 4. Let me give it 4 or even 5. Then for flex wrap property, I'll give it flex wrap. I'll give it wrap, so that when the screen is too big, then it can go to another column. Then the other thing I want us to add in the horizontal line here at the bottom, and then at the corporate message, the corporate text. So at the base.html here at the bottom, I will add in the horizontal line HR. After that horizontal line, I'll add in now the corporate text. So I'll just use the paragraph tag, and then I'll say copy, and then 2023 all rights reserved. And then developed by, then I can add in the anchor tag. Then I'll say name tag. So this one is name tag. So I'll say by nametag.com. Name tag. So the text should be now name tag. By name tag. So let me check. I should give it a class. Let me give it a class for these two sections. Alright, let me get to the CSS, and then a footer. It's footer dot footer, and then HR. The width, I'll give it 80%. And then for paragraph, I'll align it at the center. So text align should be center. Let me check the changes. Also, this other one for text align should be center. So text align So text align should be center. Margin I'll give it a 3%. This margin property, let me remove, then let me check. So for paragraph also I should add the padding. For padding I'll give it padding bottom. I'll give it 30 pixel. Now for horizontal line, should it stretch? So text align should be centered, and then text align centered, and then on the width margin. Let me remove this property so that it may stretch all the way to the other end. So let me remove the property, those two properties, so that it can stretch from this other end to the other. But now the padding property I should add. Padding I'll give it a 20 pixel. After that, not padding, it should be margin. And then the color, so for color should be, I don't want to be that dark. I'll use for backgrounds. And then this part for anchor tags, I'll use blue, the light blue color, the blue colors. So it will be footer, then an anchor tag. Footer, then anchor tag I'll use. So it should be font, it should be now color. The color property I'll use blue. Then let me check now the display for the anchor tags. Yeah, so for the anchor tags, I think so this section is done. So for the paragraph, for the headings, actually for the heading for the H3, so footer, and then a footer card H3, footer card. Footer card. H3, I'll give it a width. So for this one, I'll give it a font size of 30 pixel. Then I'll give it a margin or a padding of 15 pixel. Should be margin or a padding bottom. Yeah, so this section is done. We are done with the home page. So the home page part is done. Perhaps if you can try to customize this text for professional photography to something else. So now here at the top are the HTML. So in this second part for professional photographers, I'll change it to something like I have already some description here. So nature, so let me copy this part, then after the code I'll paste it there. Where is it? The second professional. In fact, let me also remove that part for professional photographers. It's not selling. Then this one I'll use the capturing moments in time. Capturing moments in time. And then one last heading is the portrait of life rich tapestry. Let me paste the third description. And then for the paragraph also, let me change from lorem text to this text. And then the other section should be not poetry part. I replace with this one. Then lastly, this explore the world. I replace with this one. And then to the HT to the CSS, let me also change the color and also the font weight for that description. Container li, so anchor tag. So this part for the swiper description, I'm looking for the paragraph. So for paragraph, so the font weight should be normal. I'll use just normal. In fact, let me just remove this part. And then the color, so color will be VAR. And then I'll use the secondary color. Let me now check the display. Yeah, this is fine. Though I can increase the font weight. Don't save. Let me increase the font weight to something. Or let me increase the font size to 35 pixel. Yeah, to that 5 pixel. And then so yeah, this part is this section is complete, I guess. Now I want to go to the gallery section, and before that I want to make this a header. These are navigation items to be sticky, navigation section to be sticky, in such a way when you scroll up, the navbar will be just there, so that you can toggle easily between the dark and the light mode. So in that case, I have to change here the CSS. Now that part for the navbar, I'll change, where is it? Nav links here. So the position should be fixed, and you know when it is fixed like that, the width will be affected. You can see now the width in the display here. We need now to change to increase the width. So width I'll give it 100%, and then let's run. Yeah, it is like that. But now you can see now the Z index for the first item is on top of the other. So let me try to give it something like a 2 or even 100. Let me use 100, and then let me see. Yeah, 100 is on top of the other elements. And then you can see also the top property, we should also give it 0 so that it can be here at the top, completely there at the top. In that case, let me just change here the top property. I'll give it 0 so that it can begin from the top there. Yeah, so this part is nice. And then also perhaps I forgot to add in the title for these social icons. For example, Facebook should also display Facebook and all that. So in that case, let me also modify the base, then add that part for footer. So this is Instagram. I should give it this first one is Facebook. Let's say Facebook. And then the second one is Instagram. I'll say Instagram. And the third one is LinkedIn. Let's say LinkedIn. Then the other one is Twitter. Say Twitter or X. Twitter. Let me check. So for LinkedIn, it should be here just before this closing tag of the anchor tag. Then let's check. Yeah, and then also we can add in the white space. We can add in the white space for these items, or we can add in the padding. Yeah, this is nice. Though we can increase also the padding for these LI. So at the CSS, this part for footer, then the footer, and then UL, then LI. I'll give it a margin of padding of 7 pixel. Let's check. Yeah, 7 pixel. This is nice. And then now targeting out the social icons, I can increase the sizing. The LI, then the I I'll give it font size. I'll give it, let me give it 20 pixels, and then padding left. Now should be padding right. Let me give it 7 pixels, or a 5. I could even give it 5 so that margin should be margin. Margin, I'll give it 5 pixels. Yeah, 5 pixels. This is nice. And then now first of all, I should have, let me copy this section, then undo the changes. Let me duplicate this section. Then now I'll say I, and I'll add in these properties. Yeah, so I guess it is nice now. And this part is done. Now I want us to go to the gallery section, because this is the section that might take us time. So let me get to the gallery, and then later we shall handle the other section. So for the gallery section, you can see also this spacing, or the margin here is not really nice. We need also to increase the margin for this slider. Now for the slider part, let me get to the slider. For the slider section, so for this slider, I'll say margin. Margin, I'll give it 10 pixel. 10 pixel, that is top and bottom. Then a 2 pixel, 2%, that is left and right. Let me check. Yeah, so this one is not that bad. Now let's now style this gallery section. Now for gallery, let me minimize these sections, this part. Now at the base template, before base, at this template section, let me create another one for gallery. Gallery.html. Gallery.html, then I'll extend base.html. Then I'll also load static, and then the other thing I'll say content, block content, should be content block content. And then the other thing here, we need also to load the title. So should be load, and then not load, should be block title. Remember here the base HTML, we have the block of for the content, then we also have the block for title. So because we don't want title to resemble each other, so for title I'll say gallery photography. So it is gallery photography. And then first of all, let's check. Now we need also at the base HTML, we need also to add it here. So at these nav items at the gallery section, I'll add in here gallery.html, gallery. Also here I should have used L. Gallery.html. Not really, we should use now the URL, because now this is Django. We should use now the URL. Percent, also here percent, then here should have loaded static. Now this is URL, not static, URL. And then at this one, it will be inside the quotes, like that. And then so here should be now the name. The name was gallery. Let me check now the name at the view function photography. Then views are not views, URLs. Also I should also configure here. So at the views, let me first of all let me add in the view function to handle that section. Let me duplicate, and then here it should be gallery. Should be gallery.html, and then now the function here should be gallery. Let me use gallery. Then let me remove this property, because let me remove these properties. We don't need now the context. Then the URLs here, I'll duplicate this part, then I'll add in the gallery. Then also here I'll change here to gallery. Here also should be gallery, and ensure that you end it with a comma like that. Gallery section. So it is gallery. I guess everything is fine. Name is gallery. and then so it should be gallery. I guess the name is right. So let me confirm if the name is really gallery. Let me copy and ensure that you separate with a comma like this, otherwise you'll have issues like that. So gallery, and then now, so here we have to use now gallery at the HTML. Let me replace now with the gallery like that. And then what I'll do, let me just refresh and see if it will work or not. So gallery, when I click on gallery, it takes me now to the gallery section, but you can see now it is blank. You can see now it is blank. So we need now to add in some content to the gallery section. You can navigate back to home. So for home also, we need to configure such a way that, let me copy this part for the URL. So this should be home. Now this is gallery. It takes you to the gallery. Home. It takes you to home. Yeah, so everything is fine. And then now we can now add in the content for the gallery. So let me get to the HTML, to the gallery section, gallery.html. Let me minimize these other sections. Now for gallery, I want us to create something like the filters, so that you can filter by category. For example, if it's photography, weddings, and then just normal photo shoots and all that. So in that case, I'll have to add in between these two tags, the content tag. Let me change the language mode from Django HTML to standard HTML, and then let me add in a comment. Then let me say gallery section, and in this gallery I'll say section dot gallery and then so the first item here should be now header. Let me use gallery dot header. Let me use header for gallery, and then in this header I'll add in some elements. At this header. So which element should I add first? Before anything, let me add in the title. So for title, I'll copy from the base, from the index, the title thing, the title part. So the section for the title, I'll copy here it is title. Let me copy the title and then I'll paste it here. I'll paste there, and then so gallery explore. Let me say explore gallery. Explore our gallery. Explore our galleries. And then I'll add in the class name is gallery. The class is gallery. Let me get to the CSS. Let me get to the CSS, and then to the CSS photography static. Then this is CSS. Then at the bottom, I'll add in for CSS for gallery. So let me add in the comment, then gallery styling. Gallery styling. Before that, let me add in that type part for the title. Let me duplicate this section. Then I replace call to action with title, with gallery. Also this part, let me duplicate call to action. I will replace with gallery. And then this other one, let me also duplicate. Then I will replace with gallery. Then for dark theme, I'll duplicate this part. Then here I'll change to gallery. This part also, let me replace with gallery. And then let's check now the display. So the display is nice, though we can add in now the margin for that part for the header. So here at the bottom dot header, then a margin top, or a margin, let me just use margin. I'll give it 10%, 10%, that is top and bottom, then 3% left and right. Yeah, so this part of gallery, it is nice. Then the other thing that we can include here is now the filter functionality, the buttons for filter. So for filter, I'll use now the filter category. Let me just, here there's HTML. Let me close this one now. But guys, before we get there, let's just realize that we didn't install on the dark theme. You can see on the dark theme is not that nice. You can see the Z index property is not working on the dark theme. Let's do this. Let's the CSS. Let me get to the CSS first. Where's CSS? Here it is. And then on the CSS here, the Z index, this property here, let me give it, let me just paste it there. Let me paste in the S here. I guess it's fine. Let me just refresh. And then when you toggle to the dark theme, but before we get here, let me first of all, I've just realized that on the dark theme it's not. You can see on the let me refresh. On light theme, it is nice, but now when you toggle to the dark theme, it's not really nice. You can see the spaces here, or perhaps we shall get here later. Let me first of all focus on that part of the gallery here, this section. So what I'll do here, let me just add in the, let me, of course, this about also I should change here to relate with the gallery section, gallery stuff. So at the CSS, that part for about, I should give it gallery. So here I'll say our gallery. So the title was explore gallery. So here I'll say filter, our filter gallery category, filter gallery categories. Then let me check. Yeah, filter gallery categories. Yeah, this is nice. And then the other thing that we want to include here now, let's get to the HTML. And to this HTML, so we've just had the title here. So we have the title. And then now the other thing that we can incorporate here is the class. The main class, I'll call it category. So I'll say dot categories. Categories. Sorry. Now, first of all, ensure that the language mode is at the standard HTML because I want to get the snippets. So categories. So this is the class categories, and then this one I'll get buttons. I'll create buttons. So the first one, button. This one I say all, and then the second thing now let me add in also the, the categories. So first of all, we use this property attribute data category.
data category. I'll use a data category as the data category. I'll call it data. Let me call it category. Category. We shall style it with JavaScript. Data category. I'll assign here to. Now this one will be all. This one will be all. Then so this one will filter everything. This one will not filter any. It will display everything. And then the second one will be, for example, landscape. Landscape. And then now let me use small letters. So landscape. Then the other one will be portraits. Portrait. Then this one will be wedding. Then we have graduation. Graduation, yeah. So here say landscape. Landscapes. Then portraits. And then this one will be wedding shoots. Weddings. Then this one will be graduation shoot. So this is part for categories. We shall add in the functionality with JavaScript later. But now the other thing that we can include here is the now after this I can include also the main property. After this header, let me just use a main tag. Then in this main tag, what I'll do, let me just what should I do? At this main tag, I'll use now I'll display now the photo here. So so I'll get here a div. Sorry, I'll get here a div. So you begin with the hash. First of all, let me begin with the hash because I want to create an ID. And then here I'll say photo gallery. Photo gallery. A photo gallery. So basically I want to present our photo or to display the images here at this section here, at this part of the main. So first of all, let me check the display. Yeah, you can see it is here. The buttons are here. Now I can add in perhaps I can add in some what? I can add in the, let me align it at the center, and also I'll add in the background for it. So background. Now let me check on the dark theme. Yeah, on the dark theme is nice, but on the light theme it's not really nice. So what I do, let me use a span here at the top. Let me say span. So filter, let me add in a span, then I say filter our gallery, our filter galleries. Filter gallery by, then so it will display now that part for filter gallery by. Then we have the all, then landscape, portraits, weddings, graduation. So I want to align them at the center. So I should be text align. So text align will be now here at the bottom. I can add in that part for gallery. So it's gallery already. And then now the other thing that I can include there is now the background. Or before background, let me add in for dark theme. For light theme, I'll use now text align. First of all, text align should be centered. So it is gallery, not text align here. Should be now. Let me check categories. So it is categories. Gallery, then categories. Dot categories. Then I'll say text align. Text align, and I'll align them at the center. And then color, I'll use white. Now on the dark theme, first of all, let me check here, it's white already. Now on the dark theme, on the light theme, on the dark theme is nice. So on the light theme, let me duplicate this section. Now on the normal, so color will be black, VAR. I'll use black, but then the color on the dark theme, dot dark theme, I'll use color, I'll use VAR, white. Now let me check. It is also for buttons. Now button also for light theme. So for button, I say so I'll add in here button. Button, I'll use color, background color, I'll use green. I'll use VAR, navbar. Then a color should be white. So color, now on the button, the color should be white. Let me check. Yeah, so this part is so for this span I can add in the now for the span I can add in some padding. So instead of this one, I'll use span. I'll say padding right. I'll give it 10 pixel. Now let's check. Yeah, so these are the button to filter. We shall add in the functionality now on the light theme. Now on the light theme, it is still green. Now when you have also, there's no, so I should also, now here I should use, now the span is nice. Now for buttons, let me add in for dark theme. Now dark theme, then a gallery categories. So buttons. Button I didn't specify, so it should be dark theme, light theme. So this let me add in when you have on it this property. When you have on it, so when you have the color background, so background color will be yellowish, and then now the color now should be dark. Now let's add in now when you will this property apply to all? Let me just check. Yeah, this we can add in the, is it in that instant we can add in the transition, but let it be the way it is, there's no harm. Yeah, so now I want us to design where it's gonna be displayed. So it's gonna be displayed here at the bottom and this section. Now let's use now JavaScript. Let's get to the JavaScript, and then style where we will display, how we will display the
content. So at the JavaScript, here at the bottom, I'll create a comment, then I'll say gallery filter functionality. Gallery filter functionality. So the first thing, I'll create a const keyword. I'll use a const keyword to declare a variable. Const keyword to declare a variable here for photos. I'll use a photos, and then in these photos, I'll give it a list of items. Now the first one, remember we use the curly braces. And then here I'll say CRC attribute. Then here inside the quotes, I'll specify what? I'll specify the folder which is static. You begin with a / static, and then again a / and then media, and then a / then the first one that I want us to include here, it will be so the first, let me get the media folder. Graduation, the first one will be, now let me follow this order. The first one is landscape, it's here at the bottom. Landscape 1.jpg and then you separate with a comma the parameters. And then also I can specify category. So category I'll give it category here is landscape. Let me get to see category here. I'll use a landscape. So category I'll use a landscape, then I separate with a comma like this, and then so I guess this is nice, this part. But now remember always to separate. I forgot to separate values to attribute or a property to values with a semicolon. You have to do that for it to work well. Now the other thing, let me just duplicate because there are several. Because I want us to finish. These images so that I think we can do something. So this is for landscape. These are the images for landscape, and then I can add in a lot of images, several images, because there are 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think there are 8. So let me add in a comment here, and then let's say landscape. Then here I'll add in a comment, then I say the second one was portraits. Now for portraits, so first of all, let me change here to 2. Here should be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So these are fine. Now what I'll do, let me just copy this section. Let me just copy this part, and then add in another part for another one for portraits. So let me copy. Now for portraits here, I'll just change here to, let me just get the class that I used here and the HTML. So the second one is portrait. Let me select everything, then I'll replace here with a portrait. Yeah, portrait is fine now. Then now the other category was weddings. So I'll create here a comment and then I'll say weddings. Now for weddings, I'll copy again, then I'll paste it here. Then I'll change here from portraits to, let me get the class. So basically the image are wedding. Also the tag is wedding. The category is wedding also. So it's wedding. Then lastly, it's graduation. Graduations. Then for graduation again, I'll copy this part. Then I'll paste it here. I'll paste it there, and then so it's graduation. Let me also copy. Let me also confirm the class. It is graduation. Graduation, or let me be sure that I'm copying the exact things. So for graduation part, I think I can just rename. Let me copy. I'm sure that I've used the exact. I should use the exact because perhaps there is an error typo somewhere. Let me be sure that I've used the exact things because I don't want to have an issue. Then I'll paste it there. So I think this part for the photos and everything is fine. Now the other variable here, I'll use a const keyword to declare const, and then this one will be now for this. This one will be for photo gallery. Photo gallery like this, photo gallery, and then these are photo gallery. Not really. I should assign this photo gallery. I'll use now that ID. So I'll use document method document dot get element by ID. Then now the ID, I'll use that for photo gallery. Let me just close this section. Let me close this. Actually, let me copy this part for photo gallery. So the ID is photo gallery. The ID is a photo gallery. Then you close with a semicolon, and then the other one is category buttons. So const, then category buttons, category button. I'll assign here to, again, I'll assign here to what? I'll assign here to a document, because we want to select now that class, that attribute element, document dot which one I should use query select, right? Query select, because we are selecting an attribute, an element. Then so it's query select. By the way, it should be all. Query select all. Query select all, like that. And then so the first the first thing, remember the ID we used here in this section was what? As categories. Is it an ID or a class? Remember, you're selecting now the class. So the class here is I should have used now the ID, because I want to, let me use ID instead of ID. So here I'll begin now for ID. I'll begin with the hash, because we are selecting, we want to style that that part. So let me just use a hash. Let me use inside here, and in fact it should be inside the quote. Then I'll begin with the hash to select an ID. Then let me just paste categories there, and then button. We are targeting now the button element, button. So and then I'll close with a semicolon. Close with the semicolon. Now let's add in the function. Perhaps let me just add in a comment. Then let me say function. Function to filter
function to filter art and display photo, and also display photos or images, photos. And then now here I'll say const. I'll use now a const keyword. Not really, because we are defining a function. I'll use a function keyword. Then a function name, I can say, for instance, filter photos or anything. Filter photos, and then in this one, it will be category. I'll pass in a category, and then so the context here I'll pass in what so it will be photo gallery dot inner HTML then I'll assign here just to an empty string, because this one it will be clear the current display. When you give it the empty string like that. And then now if, let me add in some logic here. So let me say if then category, if category then is all. If category is all, what should we do if it's all? Now I want us to do what? I want us to display all photos if these are all categories selected. Remember the category here was all here. If all was selected, sorry, in fact, let me just close this CSS. Then I go to the JavaScript. If it's all, then what should we do? So let's pass here our context. Sorry. Let me undo. Let me pass here the context. And then here I'll say what I'll say. If it's selected, so I'll say photos dot for each. I want us to loop. I want us to say for each photos for each. Then I'll pass here photos photo. It will be what? So for photo it will be display. It will display photo. It will display photo, and then I'll pass here photo. I'll pass here photo as well. And then always remember to close with a semicolon like that. And then what else should we include here? Now otherwise, so let me now use now the else keyword. Else I'll do what? I'll do each operations here. So for else I'll say else display. Else what should I display if it's not, if all is not selected? If not all is not selected. Now for else, if it doesn't display all photos, so in this else I'll do what? I'll say I'll create now, perhaps let me just create what? Let me just create the some variables here. So for each functionality, so I'll say what? I'll say else let me use a const as a keyword to declare the variable const, and then I'll say filter photos, right? Filtered photos, then filtered photos, then I'll assign here to photo what should be photo dot filter photos. Let me use photos dot filter. Should be photos, then dot filter. For dot filter, and then here I'll pass here what? I'll pass here photos. I'll pass here photo, and then I'll assign here to photo dot photo category photo photo.category, photo.category, and then will be what? Category, right? Is this logic making sense? Photo, I guess if it won't, then we shall just modify it later if it won't work. Or let's close with a semicolon. And then the other thing that we can say here is the what can we say here? Also, let's now use this, because we have declared this variable. Let's use it. So what I'll say, filtered photos. So it should be filtered photos. Then filtered photos. And then what else? I should also use here filtered. Make sure that everything is correct. I guess I'm writing my own things. Yeah, filtered photos here is fine. Filtered photos, then a dot for each. It should be for each, and then I'll pass here photo. And then photo, and then I'll assign here to display photo. Display photo property here. Display photo. Then here I'll pass in what? Photo, like that. Then let's close with the semicolon. Yeah, with semicolon. Now this is the first function, to filter and display photos. Now the second one is now the function to display a single photo. Now. So let me just get here a comment. So display a single photo. To display a single photo. Now let's add in now the function to display a single photo. So in this case, I'll say function, and then in this function I'll say display photo. Now this is just a single photo, so it will be display. And now for display photo, I'll use now these are display photo, and then I'll pass here a photo, and then now let's pass here some. Let me create a variable first of all, const, with the const keyword. Now this is the variable for image, img. Now it will be document. I'll use now this method, document dot create element. Create element. Then the element is the img. Should be img, and then I'll close with the semicolon, and then it will be img dot src, and then I'll assign here to photo. I'll assign here to photo dot src attribute for source. Remember, this one is for source. Then what is for alternative name? So img dot alt for alternative name. I'll pass here to photo, then a dot category. Photo category. Then I'll close with a semicolon. And then now for photo gallery dot append child. Let me use that dot append child. I'll use the img. Then I'll close with a semicolon, like that. Then now for event listener, let me use a comment here also. So let me say event listener. Listener. I guess here this is the spelling. And then so this one to be category button. Category button, category buttons dot for each. Dot for each, and then I'll pass here button. I'll pass here button. Is it button? Yeah, button. Button. Then I'll use here. I'll pass here some context here. So I'll say button dot add event. The on click event, add event. Add event listener. But now this one will be click event, and then I'll pass here also an empty tuple, an empty list, parentheses like that. Then also I'll assign here to another context, nested. And then here I'll pass here some variable const, and then I'll say which variable should I use here? Let me just use category. Now. Let me just use now that category. Then I'll assign here to button dot get attribute then so the attribute we shall use now this one that we just created. These are data category, so it will be now this data category should be inside the quotes data category, and then here I'll close with a semicolon, and then I'll say filter and say filter photos. Filter photos. Then this one should be category. Filter photos, and then category, and then close with a semicolon. Then I always close with a semicolon here, and then here. So now to display or to initially display all photos, we'll have to call the function here called filter photos. It will be all like this. Remember, it should be inside the quotes, and then let's close with a semicolon. I guess everything is fine. So guys, now let me get to the browser and first of all see if it is displaying. Yeah, let me refresh. Yeah, then guys, you can see it is refreshing. It is working. You can filter by category. Though this part for this we had styled earlier, but it is affected, so we can style it again. I'll check on the CSS. Now first of all, let's now resize this image. You can see they are quite big. Now let me just style the images general. So I'll use so basically the main class here is gallery. Let me use a gallery, then img, so that it may not affect all other gallery, then img. So height, I can give it a 200 pixel. Height, I'll give it 200 pixel. Then margin, let me give it a 10 pixel. Let me first of all check the display now. So you can see the images. Now you can filter by. Now let's begin with the all. Actually, it's taking long to load. Let me just give it time so that it may load all the images. Let me refresh and then reload.
Yeah, so those images, but it's taking time to load. And then we have this part for landscape. When you click on it, it should go to landscape, portraits. This is weddings part. Then I have graduation. Now for graduation here, you can see, though it's taking time, portraits, then a landscape, then I will have all. Now for all, it includes both the landscape, portraits, and all that. Perhaps if I can increase the height. Now if I can increase the height a bit to, let's say 300, it will be much better. So let me give it a 10 pixel. Then can I give it a border radius? So first of all, let me refresh. Let me refresh, and then let me refresh. So guys, the images here are very small. I thought I had increased the size. It seems I reduced, so it should be 300 instead of 100. Then let me refresh again. And then now guys, you can see now there is part for all category. It displays everything. The graduation, the weddings, and all the landscape portraits. When you go to landscape, it displays only the landscape images. When you go to the portraits, it displays only the portrait images. When you go to the wedding, it displays only the wedding photos. And then when you go to graduation, it displays now the graduation images. So guys, the other thing that we can add here is the form here at the bottom for get a quote. For get a quote here at the bottom. So in that case, I'll have to create here a form in HTML. So let me get to the HTML part. Gallery.html. And then here at the bottom, I can create a comment. So first of all, let me change the language mode to standard HTML. Then I'll change to here to, and then I'll add in a comment, and then I'll say, let me say get a quote styling section. Let me just use a section. And then this one I'll say section dot get quote, or let me just say quote, section dot quote. And then now the other thing that I can add here is the form container. A form container. Form container, and then in this form container, I'll add in the form. Then at the action, it will be the URL. It will be the URL. Then I'll create a success page. I'll create a success page later. And then the attribute, the method. A method here, I'll give it post. I'll use post method. And then in this form, the first item that I'll add here. So let me use a class also. So let me say dot form group. Form group. Then in this form group, the first one will be the label. So should be now label. Label for name. Then the name should be enter your full name here. Enter your full name. Enter your full name. Then the input should be text. Type should be text. And then ID should be name. And then the other thing is now the name should be name. Then let's add in the placeholder. It will be enter your name here. Enter your name here. And then let's make it required so that you can't skip this case section. You can't submit unless you've filled this section. So I'll use this attribute called required, this property. And then now I'll duplicate till I think several times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Therefore, so the second one will be for email. Enter your email. Enter your email. Then here the format will be for email. Email, then the type here should be also email. Then the ID, the name here should be email, so not name. Name should be email. Then enter your email here. Then now so this part is for message. Now subject. Now for subject we shall use the select, not input. I'll use a select. So this select name is a subject. Name is subject, ID also it is subject. And then now in this select we shall add in also the options. So option. So value should be, for example, let's say photography. Photography, and by the way, the ID here or the label should be enter the category. Let me say enter Photoshoot category. 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 Then so the first item should be, for example, wedding. Then our option, the name should be now wedding. So option 2, let me duplicate this part, and then so the second one will be portraits. It will be weddings. It will be the second one should be let me use graduation. Then here I'll begin with the capital graduation. Then the third one can be, for instance, special events. Let me just use special events. Let me say special events. Special events, then here it will be special events. Special events. Then this one it will be, for example, landscapes. Landscape. Then this one I can say, for instance, let me use a portrait. Portraits. And then one last thing is now the so this part is now for the label is, this one is for enter your subject, enter your message here, enter your message here. And then this one I won't use now I won't use this I won't use the input. I'll use the text area. So the name should be name. The ID should be name, not name, should be now message. Also here message. Then the ID also should be message. And then placeholder, let me add in the placeholder. Also, let me enter your message here. Then at the submit button, so I'll use a button for submit. Submit the quote. Submit the quote, then I type So the type here should be submit. Should be submit, and then I guess everything is now in order. Yeah, and then what I'll do next, let me first of all try to check the display on the front end before we go even to work on the functionality. So now by the way it can't access this. Let's just finish now the Django part. Let's go to the view function, because so we don't even have the success page and all that. So let me get to the Django, the views. Let me go to the views, then here I'll create a view for the submit form. Now this part is gallery. Let me just use this gallery section. Let me just use the gallery part, because rather than create another view function and all that. So here I'll say if request and dot method is post. What should we do if it's post? If it's post, then I can say name. I'll assign here to request dot post and then dot get. Now here I'll use our get, and then here should be now name. Here should be name, and then let me just duplicate and add that list for. So the second one is email. The second one is email. Then the third one is subject. Was it subject? I guess. Subject, I'll confirm. And then the third one was, the fourth one was now the message. Let me just confirm. Yeah, it's message. Then this one is subject. Yeah, it's correct. And then now we need also to create now the the new booking object and save it to the database. How do you go about that? So in that case, let me just create a variable here. Let me use a booking. Let me say booking. Then in this booking, I'll assign here to booking. I'll create a model with the booking. Then I'll say name should be name. Then email should be email. Email should be email. And then the other thing is now the subject. Subject should be subject. Subject should be subject, and then and the other thing should be, of course, we are going to create now the models just in a few. Then also the last thing now we need to pass here the message. We should assign here to message, and then what else should we do? Now we need now to redirect the upon submission a valid form is filled. Then I should also direct after it has saved to the database. It should also submit or send it, redirect you to the success page. So basically in that case, I'll use a return and now first of all we should also, I forgot, we should save. How do you save? To save it, just say, for example, this is booking variable, booking.save. It will save it to the database, and then once it has saved successfully, it should also redirect you to, so it should be return and also it will return and also redirect. We should also import the redirect here at the top, redirect. So first of all, let me just add it here. redirect. Then here also should be redirect. I should redirect you where? To a success page. So this success page I can just use as success, because I guess this is the name that I used here, the form. Yeah, it's success, yeah. So it is a success, and then we need to import to create now the model for booking. But before then, now you should also do it. We should also define the URL patterns later for this success and all that. But now I want us now to return the template. You know, the main template for this part. So I'll say return the template to render. So it's return render and it is gonna render the request and also it should render at the template. So the template, what could be the template? I'll call it success.html. So let me first of all, before I forget, let me create another template here called success.html. So this is the success.html, and then I will shall extends base.html, and then also we shall load, not really load, yeah, let's load first of all the static, and then the other thing is now the block for title. So block, then this one should be title, and then for content, so it's block content, and then in this content I'll add here now let me change the language mode to standard HTML. And then so here I'll use just a paragraph tag. I'll say your form was submitted successfully. Your form was submitted successfully. Then now so now that we have this form, also we need now to configure the views, the URL, not views. So remember it's already here. Now we need also to create now the views to handle that success page. So at the view function, I'll create a success. I'll create a success. I'll define here a success function. Success, you can use another name. Then I'll pass here request. Then it will render. No, basically here it's gonna render now that gallery.html. It should be gallery.html. Then this one is gonna render the index, the success.html. So let's create now the model. We shall use the model, and then first of all ensure that this first line of code is imported. So and then here I'll create now the model. So the model should be, I'll use the class. The other time here we used the booking, right? We used at the views booking. Let me just be sure that I've used the exact name. Yeah, it's booking, just booking. That one can't defeat me to type. Should be booking. Booking. And then in this booking I'll pass here models dot model, right? Models dot models dot model, and then colon. Then here I'll pass your name. The first one should be name. Then it should be models dot character field. dot character field. Then this one we will restrict to, so max length I will restrict it to 200. And then now for email this should be models dot email field. And then now for subject subject should be subject, right? Subject here. I'll assign here to models dot this one is models. So this one I just use now the character. I'll use the character field, but now this one I want to specify because it is already, you define it on HTML. We define it. This one was drop down, select options, so we don't have even to limit. And then now the message is the text field, so models dot text field, text field. And then now always be sure that if you don't understand these steps, you can find the documentation of on Django. Now we need to import here at the top. Now from the current directory, from the current directory, use now dot to define the current directory, which is the photography directory. From the current directory models import booking. Yeah. So after that, then you need now to make migration. How do you make migration? So first of all, break the server. Then I say py manage.py make migrations. Yeah, like that. And then now it should define the max length. Sorry, we should define the max length. So subject so I should say max length. I'll give it 200 again, 200. And then so let's try again to make migration. Yeah, so you can see now we are creating now the there's a model called a booking. Then I shall delete this model contact form because I had practiced with one previously. So and then once done, I'll say py manage.py migrate. Then it has migrated. Now how do you access now the Django? Like for now, when you go to the admin Django admin, so first of all we need to run the server py. Actually guys, first of all let's create now the super user. Now as super user, when you create a super user, that super user is able now to access the admin page. So I'll say py manage.py then create super user. But there, if you don't if you want to get all the command, you can just say Django admin. I guess by now you understand Django admin. Then it will give you the list of commands here. You can see there's a test use, this server. Now let me just try to expand a bit. Now you can see these are commands, for example, to create the super user. You can see how to create the super user. Let me find it. Let's see, create. I think it's not listed here. Seems it's not listed here, but that command is in this Django admin manage.py. So in that case, I'll just say py manage.py manage.py, then I'll say manage.py, and then create super user. So for this super user, I'll give it a name called an name tag. But let me just say test user. Yeah, let me use a test user. And then our email address I'll skip. Then for password I'll say test user, and then I'll say test 1 2 3 4. Also test 1 2 3 4. Then the password is too common. Bypass validation create anyway. Let me say Y, because this one is just enough for demo purposes. Then let me run the server again. Let me run the server, and then let me get to the admin. Let me refresh now this admin. So it's already, let me log out. For me, I had already created. So let me log out. Then here I'll say it was a test user. Then the admin, the password was test 1 2 3 4. Now you can see now we need to register that model we need to register the model in this admin. So how do you register? Let's get to the Django. Let's get to the admin interface here. Now first of all, we need to import now that model. So from the current directory models, import it was booking, right? Booking model. And then now here at the bottom I can register it. So I'll say admin.site.register. And then how do you register? The name is booking, right? The name is booking. Is it in quotes? I guess nope. And then let's I want to minimize this section. Then let me refresh, and then let me see. Yeah, you can see now it's available here. We need also to add into the view functions. So I'll say path, and then ensure that here the end you separate with a comma, then a path. So this one should be the success, and then comma. So name should the function is success. Then the name is also success. The name is success. Then we need also to import here at the top. We can import it there at the top. Then let me refresh. So first of all, let me check if the server is running. So I need to so I forgot to add in here the comma like that. Then for it to work, Python is very sensitive in such things. Then now you can see this is the gallery section. I want us to test that form if it's working. So let me just say enter my name, my email address, I can select here from this drop down. I can select, for example, special events, then email address, enter the subject message. So message. Then so let me click on this button submit to get a code. Then so CSRF token is missing. So let me just let me copy. Then let me get to the HTML. Oh sure, there's a CRF token is missing. Let me just paste it there. Then it should work now. And then so let me refresh. And then now the name, email, So you can select, by default is wedding, then select your message, and then let me submit. So you can see the success page, it's not displaying properly. So let me try to add in the padding. So what I'll do, let me just, no, at the success page, what I'll do, let me just add in some padding or the style. So style, then padding, not really padding, should be margin. I'll give it a 500 pixel, and then let me refresh. Now 500 pixel is too big. Let me give it 200. That is top and bottom. Yeah, 200 pixel is nice. In fact, I can even give it 100. 100. Yeah, 100 is. Let me give it to 120. Yeah, 120 is fine. Then I'll align it at the center. So text align. Text align. Should be center. Then yeah, this is nice. And then a padding, I should have specified margin top. This is top and bottom. Now top, I'll give it to 150. I'll give it to 150. 150. 150. Let me give it even 200. Let me give it 200. And then 0 left, and bottom, I'll give it 100 pixel. Then on the left, I'll give it 0 again. Then let me see. Yeah, so this part I think it is fine. When you toggle between the light and dark mode, I think it's really working fine. So I think this part is done, and so users can submit their data. Now we can style that form. They can style the form for this this part. So on the gallery part, so let's style now the form before we go to another section like the about. So and by the way, what I'll do, I'll just duplicate that form and add it to other sections. So what I'll do, let me get to the CSS. To the CSS, to this gallery, first of all, let me close this other. So to the gallery, then to the CSS, then I'll say form styling. Form styling, and then the main selector is now the main container here is the quote. Then I'll give it a width. This is I'll give it a max width, a width of margin, not to width, margin. Margin, I'll give it 100%. I'll give it 3%, not. And then the form fields. So the form, this part for, I'll give it the form container. I'll give it a padding. I'll give it a padding of. I'll give it a padding of. I'll give it 40%. 40 pixel, not percent, 40 pixel. And then let me check first of all before I even proceed. Now again, it's not responding, so the CSS part is not responding. So what I'll do, let me again try to change the name of the CSS. Let me call it styles. And then at the base HTML, I'll have also to change here to styles. Yeah, it's working, then I'll give it a padding, background color. So background color, background color here, or a background color. Let me just use it. Background color here. I'll give it green, and then a border radius. I'll give it 20 pixel 0. Let me check. Yeah, so this part is nice. Now I want us to style now the fonts. And before that, I forgot I should also have here a title here at the top. So for this title, let me just copy from the index, the HTML. Now that part for title, let me get it here. Here it is. Then I'll paste it here, and I'll paste it here. Then here I'll say get a quote, or a request. Let me say request a quote. Request a quote, and then what I'll do, now that part for title, and this part it will be quote, and then so at the CSS, then there at the top title. First of all, I should have copied the class name, so the class is quote, and then I'll just change here from gallery to quote. Let me duplicate, then I'll change here to quote. Then here also I'll duplicate, then I'll change here to quote, and then this part I will also duplicate, and then I'll change here to quote, and then the before, now this for dark theme, I'll change here also to quote, also here to quote on the dark theme. Then let's refresh and see now that part for the title, if it's working or not. Before now, we now style now that part for the forms, the input. Now the part for the title is working. You can see the request quote. Now let me check on the dark mode. Dark mode is also fine. Now what I'll do now, next thing, let me just style now that for those forms. So now it will be form container, and then a card, form group, form container, then a form group. Let me just go to the labels. Let me just go to the labels straight away. Not the labels. Let me get to the input type. Input type text. So let me just copy. Let me copy this part for the input. Then input. For input, I'll give it a width of 100%. 100%. Is it one? Yeah, let me give it 100%, and then let me check first of all the inputs. The inputs are 100%, and then so also that part for text area. So let me add in so that part for text area. Let me just copy that part so that I can also style it. So where is it? So this part for text area, I should also copy. Then at the CSS, let me just duplicate this section. Then now instead of input, ensure first of all you separate with a comma. Then I'll add in the text area. the text area, and then now on the light mode, I should also add in the now this part for the wording also this part for now the labels, let me add in the labels, the padding. Now the text in the light mode. So for labels, let me delete this part. Then sorry. Label. Now for label, I'll give it a padding or a margin. Margin, I'll give it 10 pixel, or I'll give it 7 pixel. 7 pixel, and then color, I'll give it VR, a background or a white. Let me use white, and then let me check, and then font size. Font size, I'll give it 20 pixel. Then let me see first of all before I even proceed. Yeah, though the padding is not working, the padding part, I guess, is not working. Now the input fields here should also increase the size. So I guess here I should restyle every element alone, independent. I need to be independent so that I can style. So the input now there, for inputs, I'll give it a padding. Padding, I'll give it a 10 pixel. 10 pixel. Then let me check. 10 pixel. Then at the border, 10 pixel is too big. Let me give it 7. 7 pixel. Then a border. Border radius, I'll give it a 5 pixel. Then a border, I'll give it none. Border, I'll give it none. Let me check. Yeah, border is none. And then so these properties, let me also add in for this text area, text area field. And then let me check. Yeah, so for text area also is working. Now for text area, let me also add in the padding. The padding, yeah, it's working. And then for this part, let me also add in the padding in the labels. So padding, I'll give it again 7 pixel. 7 pixel. Let me check. So the padding part is not working. So let me remove this property. So these two property. Now the other thing that I can include is let me add in the break tags instead. Let me add in the break tags here at the gallery. Let me add in the break tags. So after this div, I'll add in the br, and then also after this one I'll add in the br. Then here also br also here br, the line break actually, to create some extra space. Now for this part, for selection, I should also increase the width. So for selection, I'll give it a width. Where is it? Selection, select. For this select also, let me give it a width. let me remove these extra braces, and then here add in and the select attribute here, so that it may also stretch to the other end. So this is nice. And so I guess this part is done. Now the next thing, let me target now this part for contact, because I have the form already. So let me create another one, another file for it will be now for contact, or a quote. Let me say quote. I'll use it as a quote. I'll change the name from contact to quote.html. Then here the base, I'll change here to get a quote. Where is it? Get a quote. So in this get a quote page, I'll again use let me copy this part, and then on this get a quote I'll just paste it there, and then now here it will be quote. It will be quote, and in fact let me do this. Let me also create the view function for that. So I'll just duplicate this part, then so this one it will be quote, and then also here quote. Let's configure the URLs. It will be also quote. It will be quote. Let me change all the instances of success to quote. Quote. Let me also add it here at the top, and then installed at the imported views. So it will be quote. Quote here, quote. So everything is working there. And then now, so what I do, let me just copy this part for let me just copy this part for let me copy that part for the success. Let me copy this part for success, and then I'll paste it here, the quote.html. Let me just paste it there. But now here, remove this part for success. And then I want us to create now this part for base. Actually, this part for the gallery, this form. I want us to have it on its template. Then we shall be including it on other template. So what I'll do, let me just create here an extra template, and then I'll include it in the pages that I want them to be. So quote main. Let me say quote data, quote form there. Let me just use quote form.html. Then let me just paste it there, and then in fact I'll now delete this part, and then instead I'll use now the Django, the include. I'll use include that is a quote form quote form.html. Now in the index it will display that part even if we don't have the exact texts and all that. Let me refresh so that you can see it is still displaying that form. Now the other thing, let me add in on the get a quote page. You can see at the moment it's blank like that, but now I want us to include this part. So I've just copied this include, and then I'll paste it at the quote here, and then here the title say get photography get a quote. Let me refresh, and then now you can see we have this form here. We have the form, And then in this part, I'll add in the padding. So here I'll just create a div. So I'll use standard HTML. So HTML. Then I here say create a div. Then I'll add in the padding top style. Then a padding top. I'll give it a 150 pixel. So that by default, let me give it 100. 100 is fine. Yeah, 100 is fine. Get a code so that people can submit. And also that part for home at the index, we should I should here at the bottom, here this button, I should add it a link so that when you click on it, it directs you to get a code page. So let me get to the index. That part for get a quote. So at this section, I'll use an anchor tag. So let me change the language mode to standard HTML. Now here I'll use an anchor tag, and then this button, I'll add it here inside the anchor tag. And then the URL from the base, I just copy this part for get a quote, this URL, and then I'll add it here at the index. But this is the URL part here. So then let me just refresh, and then I'll see the display. So when I click on get a quote, it should direct me to get a quote page here, so you can see. So and then there's a get a quote. I should also embed the form. So I'll just go to just use a quick form, Google form. So I'll say forms, not really forms. This one is maps.google.com. Then you can search your place, location. Perhaps let me just, or you can as well use the APIs. But if you don't, just search for your location. Like let me say Loresho Springs apartment here. This is my residence where I reside. Then I can do this. I can just copy. I click on this here, but now you click here on embedded map. So I'll copy the HTML, and then at the quote here at the bottom, I'll add here I'll just paste it there. Then I'll give it a width or a margin. Let me give it 3%. Let me give it a 3%. Then a border radius. Should I give it a border radius of? Let me give it a border radius of 10 pixel, 10 or 20 pixel. Then the height. I'll give it 100 pixel. Then let me get here and see that form, that embedded form. Then at the width should be 100%. The width should be 100%. Height, let me give it auto. Then let me just check again. Let me refresh. Yeah, so still I should give it a width of a height. Let me give it 500. Width is 100. Then a height, I'll give it 500 pixel. Then a border I'll give it a 2 pixel. I'll give it 4 pixel. Solid. Then which color? I'll use green. So this is 20 pixel. Then at the other top and left and right, I'll give it 0 for uniformity. Then let me refresh and see the display. And then again, the margin is not working. So this part for the margin, it's not. So for width, let me try to give it 100%. Let me give it 80%, and then I'll align it at the center. So text align should be center. Let me check again. Now for about, I'll create also its view function. Let me find the views. So this is about. Let me also create the template for about. Should be about.html. About.html, and then in this about, I'll just use for the about. Let me also configure the URLs before I forget. So for about, it will be about. It will be about. Let me also import it here at the top. About, and then the base, I should also add it here. Let me copy this part. Then for about, replace here and then add here about. About, and then what is so on this about page, I'll copy this part at the base, at the index. I'll copy this part for the about. These are call to action. Then I'll add it here. Alright, before I even copy, let me just add this quote page. Let me copy this part. Then I'll go to the about, and then I'll paste it here because we need to extend the base HTML, and then also we need to have that part for about. So I think for about, let me just copy pasting it to be much easier than creating another template, and then I include it. So this is, let me just paste it here at the top, and then let me check the display on the about. So let me refresh, and then I'll go to the about. So get to know us, and then request a code, and then if you wish, you can include also the map. Now for map, I don't see the need of having it here. Let me just move. Why is it so this iframe and they are on the about page, I should remove. Yeah, so this part, let me check on the dark mode. Yeah, so on the dark mode, I think for me it's fine. So what is remaining is now this part for the live stream. Now for live stream, let's also create the views to handle the live stream part. The views, so for views, I'll use live. I'll use live as the view function. Then the URLs, I'll add it here the pattern. I'll change here also to live, and then I'll add it here at the top, live, and then the other thing, let me create a template for live stream. So it's template, then template, then live stream. livestream.html. Livestream.html. Let me just livestream.html. Then what I'll do at the base, I'll create now this part. Let me just copy anything here, then I'll add it here. So this part is live. So this part is live for live stream. So now for live stream, I'll extend also the index, the base. So I'll just copy it somewhere from perhaps from quote. Let me find where quote is. I think, yeah, get a quote form. Not quote. What was it? It was which form was it? Live stream. Alright, let me just code it manually. So let me just say extend. Let me extend, and then I'll extend base.html. Base.html. Also I'll load the statics, and then a block for title. So block for title, then also the block for content. So block content, then this one will be for live stream. Photography, live coverage, and then this block content, what I'll do, let me just copy somewhere like at the about, then I'll copy this part for quote, get and then what I'll do here at the live stream, I'll create here a comment, then let me say, sorry, let me just change the language mode here to standard HTML. Then here I'll add in the comment, then I say live stream section, section, then here I say section dot live, live, and then so I'll add in here now this title, and then here I'll say I'll create a live container, live container, and then in this live container I'll say live card, and then I shall have a 3 section, for example for YouTube, Twitter, TikTok. So here say live, and then so get live coverage. So let me say get our live coverage, and then here I'll get to I'll go to the CSS. In fact, let me minimize this section, let me close these parts because I don't want a lot of stuff here. Quote also I'll delete, about, and then so I just want to have the live stream, and then the CSS. So what I do now here at the top, I'll also change, I'll also add it here at this list. So this will be live, no, it should be begin here at the top, live, and then also here, yeah, this part is fine. Then for these titles here at the bottom, let me include also the live, so here by this part for about, for quote, I should have used here get a quote. I should just say get a quote or a request a quote. Yeah, let me say get a quote. And then notice here at the top for about, this is gallery. Yeah, so this is gallery. Yeah, it's fine. Now for live, let me say follow our live coverage. Follow our live coverage. And then let me just refresh. And then let me get to the live stream part. And then now, oh, the template doesn't exist. So I should also create the template here. Now, what was I doing here? I thought I had this template. Also, the template is live stream. The template is live stream. So let me just rename here to live. Then let me refresh and see. Like here at the base, let me get from the quote part. Then here at the top, I'll just copy this part for padding. Then at the live, I'll add it here at the top so that I think we may have some space there. And then, so let me refresh. And then at least you have some spaces when you toggle to the dark mode. When you toggle to the dark mode, is, it's overstretching. But then on this live, I'll create here the card. The first thing will be the image, the logo. So I'll use IMG. I'll use IMG. I'll use so I'm changing the language mode to HTML. So IMG, and then here just let me download some images from the internet. And then the file name is the folder is media. And then the file type here is the folder. The name is YouTube.png. Then so I'll create here h3. Then in this h3 I'll say YouTube live coverage, YouTube live coverage, live stream, yeah, YouTube live stream. Then I can add in the description. I'll use paragraph tag, and then I can say lorem 15 to generate 15 words, random 15 words. And then so what I do, let me copy this section, and then I'll paste it here. Then here I'll change it to pubs FB. FB is PNG also, yeah. FB. Then let me again copy, and then I'll paste it here. Now here I'll use that for Twitter. I'll use the Twitter thing. Let me find the Twitter. Where is Twitter? T should be here at the bottom. Twitter, here it is JPEG. So it is Twitter. Twitter.jpg. And then first of all, let me see the display. Let me refresh. Yeah, they are here. So this part I think is it's fine. Now let me style them now. Let me clear this other section. Then at the CSS, I'll create another comment for live stream. Then the background background, so not it should be now live. The container is live dot live. The width I'll give it 100%. Width I'll give it margin. Margin I'll give it 3%. Margin I'll give it 3%. Then a background color I'll use green. I will use green. Then a border radius I'll use border radius. I'll give it 20 pixel. Then a 0 left and right. Then let me just confirm that it's working here. It's really working fine. Now now this part for live, I should have created the container for because I don't want that text to appear inside. No, I should be styling the live container instead at the CSS. And the CSS should be now the live container. And then at this property, I will remove them. And in fact, I forgot this one should be here at the bottom. And then let me refresh and see. Yeah, this is fine. And then now I want us to style the cards. Live card. So it's live stream, then a dot live card. Live card. Now dot live card. So first of all, this one I'll say display flex. I'll use this property display flex. Display flex. Then I justify content. Justify content space between. And then now here the card I'll give it a width of. The width I'll give it 200 pixel. Then a height I'll give it 400 pixel. Background color the background color here I'll use white. Let me refresh and see. Yeah, it's nice, though now we need to increase the height and the width. So width I'll give it 400. Then at the height I'll give it 600 pixel. Let me refresh and see. Yeah, so this is fine. And then now we can add in now the border radius is 20 pixel. Border radius 20 pixel by let me just use 20 pixel overall. So that both sides it will be 20 pixel. Now for the height and width, let me align items at the center. So text align center. Is it text align or align items? Let me use align items property. Align items, I'll give it center. Yeah, align items at the center, so this is fine. But now for Twitter logo, I think we should change because now it's not blending in the background. So Twitter logo. I will use this one. twitter.png. Then I'll change here also on the HTML to be twitter dot. Let me find it. It's twitter.png now, png, because I've changed the file to png. Then let's check. Let me refresh and then I'll see the display. Yeah, so for Twitter is also fine. Now we should also add in the button. We should add in the button for button will be follow now. Follow us now. Follow us now. Follow us now. Let me paste it here also. I'll paste it here also. Then let me check. Now the other thing that I will do, let me add these items inside the div. So I'll add it here inside the div. Let's say div I want images to be in a div because I want us to add the flex properties. And then also let me close it here at the bottom. Now this is the closing tag. These are the closing tag. Let me add in the start tag. So for start tag, I'll copy this part for div. I'll paste it here. Then here also I'll paste. Here also. Then I'll add this property called display, the CSS. So display should be flex, display flex direction be column, justify content, space between. Let me now refresh and see. Yeah, I should also add in the margin padding. I'll give it 20 pixel. For padding, I'll give it 20 pixel. I'll give it 40 pixel. 40 pixel. Then that part for YouTube, I should remove the div. This part for livestream, YouTube livestream, I will remove it inside the div. Let it be just an independent element like that, and then let me refresh. Let me also add it here inside the. Let me add it inside the card one near the image. Yeah, this way is nice. Now, so let me remove. In fact, let me just remove these properties inside the div. Let them just be an independent element. So let me just remove these div things. And then for the text, I'll increase the size. For the text, I'll increase the number of text so that I think it can be somehow descriptive. Then I'll copy this entire paragraph things I will add it here also. Yeah, for button I'll change it to green at the CSS, so it is live, then a dot button. Button for background color, I'll give it green. I'll give it for navbar for background color. Let me refresh, and then yeah. Now when the color I'll give it white. The text color will be white. Then now when you have on it, it will be a different color. So when you have on it, background will be yellow. Background will be secondary. Then the color should be white. I should be black like that. Let me refresh, and then so when you have it's black, yeah, this part is fine. And then now we can add in now that part for the form. I will include here the HTML. I say include I will include quote form. I'll include quote form.html. Then let me refresh, and then see. Yeah, so all the pages are fine, all the pages are working. Now one last thing that I want to include in this website is the responsiveness. You can see on the smaller screen is not that responsive. When you go to the smaller screen, you can see now the responsiveness is not that good. When you go to home, the responsiveness is not as good. So I want us to style these elements on the smaller screen whose max width is more than 700, and actually when it reaches 700, I don't want when it reaches 768, I'd want to change the display to something else. We'll have here the navbar. Then when you click on it, it can open the content, and also it can close and all that. So in this case, let me for this navbar, I'll just use the JavaScript. I'll just use not JavaScript, I'll just use the Bootstrap. Just go to the website called Bootstrap, getbootstrap.com. Then I go to the documentation here. Then I scroll down until you see now the CDN. I want us to use the CDN links. Let me copy now for the CSS. And for the CSS, you add it here on the base file, on your base file or your master file. Just go there at the top, and then I add it here at the top. First of all, use the link attribute, the link tag. Then in the hyperreference, just paste the link there. Then again, go and copy now for JavaScript. And then for JavaScript also, let's go down. Let's go down here, and then I shall paste it there. Also, we shall use a script with a CSS attribute for source. Then for the source, we shall add in the link. Though it will affect our elements, like the links and all that, it will have the, you can see now the links are affected. They have the, they have the underline, the text decoration. We will have to modify it later. But now the pages are, interfered. But now I want us to use now this element, the navbar element from the Bootstrap. I'll select where there's navbar. Of course, you can code with JavaScript the navbar section, but I want to use now the Bootstrap because this one is easy. It's quite easy to integrate this one. Now I'll select something that is pleasant for me, that is good for me. Like let me search a nav item, nav bar that is like this one. Let me search something else. Let me search which doesn't have that scroll bar, whatever scroll thing. Let me copy this one and then I'll paste it. So let me undo first of all. Let me undo and then I'll paste it here. And then these are the elements. I'll make them a comment at the moment. And then what is so for this form, I'll remove the form and then that part for disable. Then let me just check. So the scroll bar now is working fine. The scroll bar is working now. I want to remove this white background. I want to remove the white background so that it can just display the elements, you know, the items there. So you know, without the white background. So I'll remove this BG tertiary thing, and then the color I'll just use white. So you can see the bar is fine. Now this part for the icon, I'll remove this part for the icon. That not icon, that part for the link for the nav bar. So let me just remove this part section, and then once again let me try. So we don't have that part. So when you click on it, it can open. Then it can as well close. It can open and also close. Now in this section, I want to use now the nav items that we had here at the bottom. So every instance that has a link, I replace it with also for drop down. I don't need the drop down here. This li, let me get now this part for the let me remove this part for ul, the anchor tag, and then I drop down. Let me remove this part for the drop down. So I will duplicate this section until I add several items. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Then here the first one will be home. Then for home, I'll copy this section for home, the link for home. I'll place it here. This hash I'll replace with this. And then for gallery, I'll copy that part for gallery. Now let me go orderly. Let me use a Livestream. So this one will be Livestream. Then at the link will be live. For gallery, it will be gallery. Let me copy the gallery part. I'll replace here, I'll say here gallery. And then the last thing is now the about and I get a quote. So it's about, then I get a quote about. About and also get a quote about. Let me copy the about. And then I will duplicate and also add in for get a quote. I'll use quote. Then the class here should be also the link should be quote. Should be quote. Then let me just check the display now. Now when you click on it, it can open, it can close the elements, the nav elements. Let me try once again. Now I need to change now the colors and the sizing of the anchor tag. Now the background for the border for this element, I should give it white. Let me just go to Bootstrap. Then the color I'll use white. So colors, let me just find where colors is, and then color and background. So for color and background, I'll select white. For white, let me just find where there's white, light with a contrast in color. So I'll copy this part, class. I'll use this one. This icon I'll add in, these are the element called white, for white background. Then let me refresh. Yeah, the color is white. Then also for button, the class, I'll also give it white. Yeah, so this button is fine on the smaller screen, but you can see on the larger screen it is hiding. Let me remove. Now you can see on the larger screen it's not displaying. When I click on home, it should just direct me to home. When I go to Livestream, then the active element should be Livestream. Now let me remove this property thing. I don't think it works here. So for this active part, let me just remove. So for uniformity, so that every element is now white. Then when you have it change to black, but I think this is not a big deal. So the next thing, the next thing that we can include in this section is now to style the responsiveness of this other element. Now let me change the color when you have, I don't want this black thing. So I'll go to the CSS, and then at that part for nav elements, this part, nav items, when you have, I want to give it, when you have, I want to give it a different color, background color. So so when you have, it will be yellow, secondary color. Let me try once again. Now when you have it yellow, this part is nice now, and you can still toggle between the dark and the light mode. Yeah, very nice. So the next thing that we can include in this section is now, let me get to the smaller screen, inspect, then I'll go to the smaller screen. Now on the smaller screen, I want to reduce the sizing of these elements and also increase the margin top property. So at the CSS here at the bottom, here at the bottom, the CSS are quite many, but now here at the bottom, because we want to target elements on the smaller screen, we will use this property at media, screen and max width and max width at media and max width. At media and max width, those max width is let's say 768 pixel. Now this part, this section for, I think it is navbar, this part for the nav, this part for the carousel, we need to increase the margin and all that. So margin top, let me get to the base. This is index. Index, and then this part for swiper. Now margin top, I'll give it 100 pixel, 100%. Let me check first. Yeah, margin top to be 100%. I can increase to 120. Yeah, 120 is fine. And then the font size I can reduce to the font size. I can increase. Let me first of all scroll down and see the display further. Yeah, the font size I can reduce. So it is index, then image slide, then the H2 swiper, then a H2. Yeah, then the anchor tag, I'll give it a height font size I'll give it 25 pixel. Let me check. Yeah, the font size, no, this is not anchor tag, this is H2. I guess it's H2. This is, yeah, H2. So the CSS part should be H2. H2. Yeah, it's small now. Let me give it 30. Let me give it 30, not 25. Let me duplicate, and then this one will be for paragraph. Paragraph, I'll give it 20. And then also the width of this element I'll reduce, of this card, of this image. This swiper slide, let me reduce the height. Let me reduce this height here at the bottom. So the height I'll reduce, and I'll give it perhaps 300 so that I think it can blend well with the content. So let me refresh and see the height now. So the height is a bit small. Let me give it 400. Yeah, so 400 is fine at this juncture. When you zoom down, yeah, this part is fine. The landscape container, so it's card, then the container thing. So here I'll use card, then img, latest landscape, then to the CSS I'll paste it there, latest landscape, and then the second element now, the container, and then dot container, then dot card, dot image card, then dot image. So dot card, then img. So width, I'll give it 100 pixel. Let me give it 100 pixel this time. Then let me see the display. So 300. Let me give it 80%. Let me try to give it 90, and then let me give it 90. Then a text align should be at the center. Text align font, is it text align? Text align. Text align property should be center. I forgot to close here at the top, that's why there's that error. So it should be text align property should be center. Then let's try. Now when I give it 100, let me give it 100 and see. Yeah, when I give it 100 now it is fine. So this part is now good. And then at the portrait I can increase the width. But for portrait I think it's fine. For portrait is fine. Now this segment we should also change the display on get to know as get a quote. This part we should change the display for get a quote. For call to action part, so index and then a dot call to action here at the bottom. Call container dot call container, then I change the display flex direction display reflex direction. Flex direction, it will be now row, it will be column. Then let me check, and then I'll add in the yeah, so justify content, also justify content property, justify content space between. Then let me see the response now on space when I use the space between property. Now this property doesn't work well, so I think I'll use the card part. Card 1, I'll give it a margin bottom. Dot card 1. So here I'll give it a margin of 20 pixel. Margin of 10 pixel 20. Let me see the margin. Yeah, so this is really impressive. Now when you scroll down, it is very responsive. Now these icon, these anchor tags, I should remove now the default underline here, properties. You know, Bootstrap usually come with this default styling. So here at the top, I'll change the anchor tag to have I thought I had added here, but now let me just target the anchor tag element. So dot anchor tag, by default it will be, now if you have not specified, then at the text decoration property, text decoration, it will be none. It will be none. Then let's check. Yeah, like this. So this is fine now. And then now footer now should change now the display to be flexed, to be to be column. Yeah, let it be the way it is. It's not bad. It's fine. Now let me get to live stream part. For live stream, this card, they should also be in so the on the live stream, this part should also be in a flex format. These are part, so that, yeah, so I should change this flex direction on the smaller screen, that part for the card. So I'll go to the CSS and then I find that section for the live stream container. Live stream container, I'll give it a flex direction. I'll give it column. Then let me see the display. Yeah, flex direction column is fine on smaller screen. And then align items, so text align should be at the center, so text align or align items center. Let me once again check. Yeah, this is fine. And then now the quote part is fine, everything is fine. Then now we can try another element for gallery. For gallery, it's fine. So let's just review the last part. Now this is home on the large screen. On the large screen, you can see now the responsive is super fine, it's fine. The display is fine. We have this carousel section. And then on the latest landscape, you have the landscapes here. We have the portrait images, and then we also have this part for get to know us. Then at the footer, then we also have this part for live stream, and then on the live stream we have this part for the Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. And then we also have this part for request a quote. Then we have the about. Now for about, it is to get to know us, and then we have the quote form. Then for quote, we have this part for the quote, and also you can toggle between the light and the dark mode, so it is fully responsive. About on the dark mode also it's working. Yeah, it's fine. And then also it's working on the smaller screen as you saw earlier. So let's go to the smaller screen, and then you can see it's working fine. Well, you can navigate to home, and then on the home you can see now the display on the home is responsive fine. It's fine, and everything is working well. So guys, that is the website that we've designed, me and you, and I really appreciate you very much for your patience. And if you find that the video has been of help, please subscribe, like, and share the video to your friends. And until next time, this is Nehemiah. Goodbye.